流れる赤いテールライト To the night Tokyo Rouge ガラス越しに滲むチャイナタウンの明かり恋図の残るシート指先でなぞった退屈な恋ならバックミラーに捨てて煙と愛のリズム体ごと預ける銀色のエレベーター最上階へ登るたび知らない顔になるのルージュエクスプレス踊るネオンの海あなたの視線が胸をすり抜けるルージュエクスプレス午前2時の誘惑グラスに沈んだ氷と愛が揺れているカウバリのドア越しサックスが漏れていた名前も聞かないまま肩先を寄せ合う濡れた高速道路流線切りの影たち今夜だけの嘘を口紅で隠した非常階段の風ほどけた髪をさらう帰れなくなり 台車の窓に夜風 To you To you 頭沿いの古い売店消えかけたネオンを横目に缶コーヒーを揺らしながらあの子は何も言わない潮の香り髪に残して助手席で指を遊ばせたと愛はまるでガラスがみたい触れれば壊れてしまう遠ざかる船の明かり心だけ置き去りね Stay in the blue 真夜中のマリーナ名前さえ知らない波が二人をさらってゆく Stay in the blue 街明かりの向こう帰れない季節みたいにあなたが滲んでいた古いカセット流れるたび昨日より少し大人ねキャバートの煙細い指先バックミラーに揺れてる高速道路海をまたいで銀の標識流れてゆくさよならより優しい嘘あなたは選んだのね助手席のぬくもりが静かに遠くなる Stay in the blue ガラスのマリーナ夜明け前冷えたシートに思いが取り残され Stay in the blue 潮風 し愛せるの失ったものよりも残った光をこの夜は終わっても胸の中消えないまま最後のネオンロマンス夢の続きみたい静かなぬくもりが胸に残る最後のネオンロマンス朝焼けの中へ未来へ走り出すこのままで忘れないこの夜をネオンの海で出会えたこと最後のネオンロマンス愛より深くこの街に刻まれてる最後のネオンロマンス涙の先へ新しい私が走り出してく雨上がりのドゥロに朝焼けがにじむ長すぎた夜さえ少し愛しくて眠らない街にも静かな終わりがゆっくりと近づくそんな気がしたなくしたものよりも残ってる光だけをネ 思い出を連れて行く朝が来るその前にもう少し走りたい東京ベイビーラッシュこの夜の中自由だけ抱いて東京ベイビーラッシュ終わらないで今だけはこのままで
Hello, hello, welcome to the stream. Hey, how's it going? What is up? Hello, hello, konnichiwa, ni hao, annyeong, bonjour, aloha, howdy, hi, mosh mosh chow, assalamu alaikum, shalom, hola, hello, howdy, hi. I think I might have messed that up in the middle. Hello, hello, welcome, how's it going? Let me lower the music a little bit. I can't tell how loud that is. Is that loud? I don't know. Of course, when I lower it, the music's already lowering on its own. Hello, hello. Dude, my first comedy gig is on Friday. I'll officially be a comedian. For real? Are you being serious for true? That's awesome. Yeah, nice. Let me know how it goes. I mean, you always come around here telling jokes, so hey, it makes sense. We had Front Towards Enemy as first today. Welcome, Front Towards Enemy. Front Towards Enemy says, Cairo, or not Cairo, says Neko arrive. I'm so used to saying Cairo arrive. Neko arrive. Bleep Bloop was second, saying balls. YouTube censors fourth. Wait, third? Third, I guess. Saying, I'm new here. Welcome, new person called YouTube censor. Why do you right always enjoy engagement farming content from South Asians? Who's the South Asian? Huh? But welcome, censor. Schizo cat. Yeah, it is pretty schizo. I agree, Bleep Bloop. Cope. Because fuck you, that's why. Exactly. What up, Banda Man? Welcome. Front Towards Enemy says, fish enjoy worms despite neither animal naturally finding themselves in the same environment. That is interesting, right? How often are worms actually naturally going to be in the water, right? It's pretty crazy. Cats and fish used or could have been used, but good analogy. Yeah, true. Hello, how my beautiful streamer doing? I'm doing well. How are you doing, Tailgater? Welcome, welcome. How's Bella Sophia and Princess doing? Neko Fish, late start. True. Wait, is late start even one of the emotes? Oh, it is. Okay. Fair enough. Can I take a week off your stream because my sister just went to the hospital and came back home like 2 hours ago? Yeah. I mean, hey, you don't have to ask. If you have to do it, you have to do it. I mean, I appreciate you asking, but hey, don't worry about it. Your family comes first. What up, Gator Fornicator in the kick chat? Hello. How you doing? Yo, Censor says, sorry for spurging out in the neck cord. Oh, I saw it. Yeah, I was going to comment on that. I mean, all you said was, how is this Neko guy a VTuber? He doesn't even watch much anime. He doesn't even know what Konosuba is. If he does watch anime, it's probably some gay ones. He's even playing City Pop. Is he a big LARPer? And you came in here saying, I'm new here. Can someone tell me about level 1 Neko? Well, the problem is no one knows who I am, so no one could tell you. I'm sorry. Love you, Neko. Thank you, Tailgater. Platonic love to you as well. Thank you. Yep, Neko poppin', true. Quick $100 made in 15 minutes, I presume. You do a 15-minute set, $100. That sounds worth. Yo, I have fan welcome. Hi, reporting in. Welcome, welcome. Why do ladies' panties have 2 holes in it? For the legs? I don't know. Why? Thank you for the jail. Thank you for sombrero, bleep bloop. Yo, check the, check, you gotta check the, what do you call it? Check the 7 TV emotes. There's a new one. Yeah, there it is. Neko deported. There you go, bleep bloop. Thank you for the glorp. Also, bleep bloop. Thank you for the deportation. It was a bad joke. No, it's okay. One for each leg. I mean, it's, you know, obviously it's leading someone in a one direction, and then it's, what's it called? You, subvert their expectations, right? Expertations? You subvert their expectations. Address the LARPer allegations. You're right. I'm a fake weeb. I do not like anime at all. You're right. I addressed it. Hello, Mississippi Gonzo. Welcome, welcome. Tailgater says the monster truck named Saigon Shaker won King of the Beach this year. Nice. Okay. Saigon Shaker. Wait, is Saigon in Vietnam? I think it is, right? I don't know. Smile. On the topic of family members in the hospital, this is the second time my grandma went back to the hospital. I think her age is showing, and she's becoming more and more female. What? I assume you mean like fragile, maybe? I don't know. And I can't help but worry. Or frail, perhaps. Your text speech a little. Your speech and text kind of failed there a little. Oh, you meant senile? Oh, okay, yeah. Female, senile, same thing. Gotcha. Why are women's feet small? To stand closer to the sink? Damn. F to F. What does that mean? F to F. I don't know, gay, whatever. I was teaching Neko about car rims. You did? Yeah, I forget. I don't remember the lesson, though. You were teaching me, and I don't remember. At least Tailgater won 2 events this year. That's cool. That's good. Your namesake, he won. Yeah. At least a couple events. Good. Good, good. Female to female, more female. Is that even a thing? Can you? Censor, have you gone female to female? 107 IQ? Real. Real. Anyone who I know didn't ask, she's 75. See, well, we didn't really need to know exactly how old, but we got you know. If someone's like, hey, my family members are becoming more and more senile and becoming, you know, going to the hospital more. I don't really need to know how old, you know. It didn't really occur to me to ask. But thanks for telling us. Oh, for anyone who doesn't know. Or for anyone who I know didn't ask. I see. Okay, fair enough. Anyway, I put the schedule out today. I don't know if you saw it, but today, I guess, is a React Day. I also put out a link to a video I put out today. It was just, it's a stream highlight, kinda. It's like a cutout of a previous stream where we covered Leaflet getting banned, or not banned, but like a YouTube strike. Which, it's funny is when I first started, like, when I opened up OBS today, I had 123 subscribers on YouTube, and then when I started my stream, I had 122. So in that time, someone left, so I don't know what the deal is, but it's whatever. Maybe they didn't like what I said about Leaflet. I only have 6-7 views. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. Literally, I only have 6-7 views. 6 or 7 on the Leaflet video I just put out. One of them is a dislike. One of them put a dislike. I think one of them's upset. I don't know who. 6-7? Real? Takash Pop? Takash Panic? Mimiki? I see. Wait, who's Takash? I know Mimiki. Huh. Weird. Yeah. But yeah, I'm late today, okay? Deal with it. Neko, I'm 30 away from 100 subscribers. Nice. You'll get there. X. Oh, I see. Yeah, there was some weird, like, X... there was some dude who was defending some... I don't know, OnlyFans whores. He was defending them by saying... Oh, let me see if I can find the post. It was pretty dumb. Where the fuck is it? Tikashira? I've never heard of that name. But this sounds about right. Is this the one? Yeah. Okay. Wait, what's the post being referenced? Okay, so here, wait, let me go to this screen here. The Amy Dangerfield lore is insane. Welcome, Kairu. How you doing? I don't know much about Amy Dangerfield. Is she the one that supposedly slept with Neko? Allegedly. Glorp arrived. Welcome, Tanuith. What are those other Tanuith emotes there? Danny Dan Smile. Danny Dan Lamont. Who's Danny Dan? I don't know any Danny Dans. Anyway. You don't, wait, I don't even know half of it, and she seems to have fucked literally everyone? Bruh, e-girls, not even once, you know? E-girls, never, not even once. Anyway, speaking of e-girls, Danger Snatch, what? I got a random gift sub to them, gotcha, okay. Sneeko and Destiny. That's pretty fucked. I wouldn't want... Look, I would not touch anyone that Destiny's been with. You don't know what that guy has. Wanjaja. Damn. I thought they were both gay. Sneeko and Destiny. I mean, Destiny's definitely got some very gay tendencies. Sneeko actually also kind of does. First video, click on your timeline. It's a Nigerian account posting McDonald's hack. You really doubled the brown. What are you talking about? Oh, the first video? What do you mean the first video? All right, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna prove to you that's not true. There's no. Where is there a video? I have to scroll pretty far down for that. All right. Talking about BioBite? What are you talking about? McDonald's hack. Yeah, you're lying. You're misleading, censor. Anyway. Thank you for making me smile every time I come to your stream, and I bet you are proud of me for almost having 100 subs. Yeah, I am proud of you. Good job. Welcome, or not welcome, but good job, you know, to, my brain's kind of struggling right now. Good job reaching 100. You know, it took me forever. You know, it took me a while. You got there a lot faster than I did, I think. Thank you very much for the snowfall effect. Bleep bloop. Very cool. Very clearly seasonally appropriate. Balls, 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 balls. True. Very true. Another balls. You're reacting to engagement farmers, Neko, providing them money to support the Browns. Oh yeah? Well, you're supporting someone who supports the Browns, therefore, by the transitive property censor, you support the Browns. What say you now? Huh? Anyway. Alright, so if I look at this window, I think, right? Yeah. Okay. So, a little bit of context is that there's a con. I forget what it's called. I think it's like Off Kai or something. There's some sort of con happening. I don't remember the name of it. That is technically advertised towards minors as well as adults. It's like a kind of an all ages kind of event, I think. But it is anime focused. Either way, there's a group of VTuber chicks who basically put money into sponsoring the event, or at least getting their like faces on it, getting sponsored in a sense, like having their VTuber group be like shown, right, in advertising for this con. And their group is something like V Bimbos or something like that. It's something dumb like V Bimbos. Like, basically very obviously pointing to the fact that they're kind of sluts, you know? And every single one of the members of this group has an OnlyFans or a Fansly or something like that. So anyway, I think that's what this is referencing. So they say, hey, other VTubers, please stop normalizing being a whore. No normal person wants to see your holes for less than the price of a cheeseburger. Thank you. And I guess this one took off. It says, and let me clarify what I mean. I'm not talking about not safe for work art or such as doing things with your model. I'm talking about the IRL stuff. If you're going to be a VTuber, keep that shit separate. At the very least, that's all. I still think this is a... I don't know. I think all of it. No, not safe for work VTuber shit either. You know, hey. Either way, but the nudes are actually cheaper than a cheeseburger in this economy. It's true. You're doing the thing and you'll refuse to admit it. Doing what thing? You're doing the thing. Anyway, so people jumped on this. One of such people that jumped on this was this hoe bag. He's a dude though. This man whore. He says, I don't like talking about money, but being a slut shamer is prime loser behavior. I make 6 figures as a sex worker, and I do not regret a single thing. A single thing. VTubing doesn't have a set of rules you should follow. People do VTubing for more reasons than anonymity. So using an awful argument like, why VTube if you're just going to show yourself is extremely stupid. Well, first of all, who asked? Second of all, no one cares about I was about to say a slur. Some bundle selling himself online. Anyway, so I quote tweeted this saying, hey, being a slut simp is prime loser behavior, bro. Based opinion, right? And then Davinia over here added, I think if I made 6 figures doing this, I'd have to revisit my decision to be breathing. And so this is an example. This is an example of what this guy sells. Okay? This guy sells this. Male for male, I assume is what that is. Male for male. Your sub-top boyfriend just wants to make you feel good. Service top, oral, ass eating, whimpering, begging, orgasm denial, anal, facial, oral, coming untouched. So, yeah. That's this guy who's like, I make 6 figures. You're a loser for shaming sluts. Alright, then. Alright, bro. Nobody wants your shit. Well, I guess apparently someone does, but you don't have anywhere to be like, oh, loser behavior, You're over here like fucking selling this gay ass shit. Literally gay ass shit. Literally selling gay ass shit online. And he wants to talk about prime loser behavior. Pathetic. What is wrong with people doing that these days? You mean what's wrong with the people? There's an unspoken social role, so to speak, being used to argue that this is somehow more acceptable. Yeah, it's not. It's fucked up. We got a professional sex haver over here. Oh my god. Holy based Musk. What is this? Let me not open it in front of the stream without checking it first. Oh, okay. It's just my take on Musk saying this. So Musk is like, Hitler was a socialist, therefore all socialists are Hitler. Damn, got him. Damn, whoa. Did you know National Socialist has the word socialist in it, so therefore that means obviously Nazis are basically socialists? What? Whoa, Musk, you're saying crazy words no one's ever heard before. So I just said he's retarded. That's it. That's basically it. Musk is retarded. Are we shocked? For real, for real. Are we pretending nobody wants to see that? What? Okay, but there's literally millions of guys who want to see a hole for $5. Yeah, and we're shaming them. That's the thing. It's not the fact, look at, because I corrected myself while I was responding to it. I said, no one wants to see that. And I'm like, well, actually, hold on. There are people who want to see that. But let's not act like that's respectable behavior. Let's not act like that's something that you should strive to demonstrate or show or display or be proud of in any capacity. That should be shamed. It should be like, yes, you're a loser. The people paying for butthole pics should be shamed and should not be the ones being like, you're the loser for not paying. No, they got it backwards. They got this entirely backwards. And then talking about butthole picks, Censor says, I do support the Browns. I support Neko. Thank you. Don't worry, Neko. I'll never unsubscribe for you. Thank you, Tailgater. Appreciate it. Balls. Anyway. Sweat. I want to say British cigarette as well. That's exactly what I was going to say. I'm going to buy another car to spite you. Another Tesla. Oh my god. He can use it to annoy the left, even though it's not the case. Which part? I don't care. It's stupid, though. It's like, yeah, it's not the case. And I don't care about knowing. I'm just going to be like, hey, guys, all the coolest people were a bunch of fucking hippies. It's not true, but it'll annoy you. Like, why? How about can we just not? In the words of Kanye, yeah, can we, like, we're gonna stop dissing on the Nazis all the time, you know? Can we stop doing that? There's no reason to do it. They're not really socialists, though. They were socialists in the capacity that they seized businesses. Effectively, they were not. Why would you want to? And also, it's also written, I believe it's written, I don't know if it's in Mein Kampf or somewhere else, but I believe it's written that Hitler only used the term socialist to gain certain workers to his side. And that he actually didn't like socialists. M for M tag means the creator of the content plus the target audience of the tag, e.g. F for M. Fan. Female for male. Okay, so I was right then, right? Male for female? Or sorry. M for M is male for male? Shame. Why would you want to sell yourself, right? At least I'm only selling my personality. And my dignity. No. I know this because I'm looking into degenerates. I see. Fair enough, fair enough. Would you watch 2026 highlights of the Virginia Beach when it comes out? Maybe. I'll at least speed through it, you know? People do it, though. I don't care what people do. It's when they start becoming well, that's kind of the main key here, yeah. When they become preachy about it, shoving in people's faces, normalizing sexual content as open as blue sky, that's when it's a problem. Yeah, exactly. So, it's not so much like, okay, I've never heard of this guy. I never even knew he was over here selling his gay-ass shit. So, it didn't matter. It didn't matter to me. But the fact that he's over here saying, you not supporting sluts, that's loser. That's prime loser ass behavior. Okay, no, there's now we have a problem. Now we have a problem. I earned 6 figures. It's like, okay, yeah, so do I, and I'm not selling butthole pics online, bitch. So, all right, yeah, it's like. Yeah, okay. Prime loser bitch ass behavior. I'm contemplating bringing up what I was bringing out in the server about. What? My struggles. Buh. Yeah. What a whiner. Yeah. The NSDAP was a merger of the Nationalist Party and the Workers' Party, hence socialist. Yeah, and that doesn't mean the ending results was socialist, though. Read my comment, I mean the other one. Did I catch them both? I feel like I caught them both at this point. Which one did I miss? Oh, okay, wait, I did miss one. Hold on. I don't even get her point. She's saying making hentai is fine, making normal porn is fine, but not to make normal porn as a VTuber. I genuinely don't get what the point is. Yeah, that is kind of odd. I would agree. That's why I was like, when I read the second comment, I felt less strongly supportive. Because I'm like, the first comment's basically like, hey, sluts, get out. And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, get them. And then the second one's like, well, actually, not hashtag not all sluts. I'm like, well, okay. You said they were, but they also just, wait. They were just nationalists also? Effectively, they weren't. They had a pseudo-capitalist like society. They just seized a lot of things as a government. And regardless, let's say they were socialist. Okay, well, let's just say the national version of that's better. Let's just say the national version of that's better. This time I'll make sure that the highlights are about 10 minutes long. Okay, well, I appreciate it. When the time comes, yeah, it sounds like it'll be good. Hey, Neko, weird question, but could you justify why Hitler deserves to live? Because just as any country's leader deserves to live. If you think, like, Obama deserves to live, if you think Trump deserves to live, if you think any world leader deserves to live, Hitler, by the same metric, deserves to live. Simple. It's not hard to justify. If you want to claim like China's doing some sort of Uyghur fucking Holocaust, yet no one says like, well, okay, some people say this, but most people think the Chinese leader should, justifiably should live, deserves to live. The ending result of every single socialist economy has never been true socialism. Apparently, yeah, it's never true socialism. Always been a LARP, true. There are some socialist aspects, but it was very different than an ideological communism. Exactly. Yes, you're right. Hitler was too scared to execute people in prison. Was he? I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. Neko is NSDAP Copen. Copium. Maybe. I'd do it like Pol Pot. What? Just kill all the smart people? Oh, you have glasses? Kill them. Where's the content? Sleep? This is the content. No, okay. Well, do you have content censor? Do you have awful slop you want me to watch? I've watched way too many body cam videos to think every human deserves to live. Yeah. It's certainly true that not everyone does. That is certainly true. This comment is even stranger as she is claiming to be addressing something that is a non-issue. Yeah, let me check what it is. You do have something? Fries in bag? Alright, hold on. We're frying in a bag right now. Well, actually, I'm looking at a link here. Hold on. So, same person here. I'll read it here. I don't know what it says, actually, but it's already normalized. The space has always had sex workers, but no one cared when they were JAV. Sad to see a take like this from you. JAV was not a part of the fucking VTuber space, you moron. This space has always had sex workers. So Japanese adult actresses were part of VTuber space? No, they weren't. That's always been separate. But this person responds with, like I said, I just personally don't think it should be normalized to where young girls and women come into VTubing think they have to be this way. That was all I meant by this. I don't hate people that do this content. Really, this was supposed to be funny and got turned into something way out of proportion from what I meant. Maybe I wasn't clear enough. I get it if everyone hates me. It's whatever I get. So this is someone who went minorly viral. Not insanely viral, but it got more attention than they were expecting. And they're kind of walking back their point. They're immediately walking back any sort of point they may have had. I sent you a game for you to play, but it's React Yap Day. The BYD video in the Timcord? What's a BYD? Get fry bagged? Uh-oh. Do this, do that, do this, do that. That's all I'm hearing, right? I think some actresses turned into VTubers. It's possible. I haven't heard of any, but that's certainly possible, I guess. But to act like it was any large number is insane. It wasn't really until... It was the introduction of Western VTubers, I feel, that this whole, hey, we got to be a slut and a VTuber thing kind of largely got normalized. Neko is seething about losing an autistic slap fight on X. Which fight did I lose? I didn't lose any fight. This is, this guy had 1.3k, likes, and then I responded to it. So it's not like I responded to him and then he got a bajillion likes clearly showing I lost. That's not how that works. And look, I got 11 likes. So you know I'm winning, right? You know I'll ratio him. Don't worry. Just give me time. I'll totally ratio. Just have faith. Monster truck named Maximus went to go off a bus jump. When he landed, one of the tires came off. Yo, that sounds cool. This one time. What? Neko lost again? Oh my god, why does it keep happening? It never happened. Well, like, okay, I gotta be careful not to read Bandaman's Rumble chats. I was just about to read it. Yeah. Yeah, the arguments do fall apart, though, face to face. I mean, you know what? I had to come over and express it. True. Neko lost again. No. More likes equal more right. Apparently, online, that's the truth. It's like people used to watch soaps, dramas on TV, except now it's all online. True. Speak of server, do you ever plan on showing your face again in the Chud Crack House? Showing? I never showed my face, but I know what you mean. I mean, every time I go live, I put my link in there. That's kind of showing my face, is it not? I'm going to spend an hour with you, Neko, then I'm going to go. All right, sounds good. Appreciate you spending an hour with me today. Good plan. Just be conscious of Rumble? Yeah, true. Just Rumble, I got to be conscious of reading anything there. It's true. Anyway, all right, let's find something to watch, I guess. Hold on. What do we got? Oh, yo, thank you, Sensor, for the like. I'm just liking a bunch of things now. I'm so tired of this furry. What? Sorry, you can't see what I'm even responding to. Okay, anyway. Show me your peen eye up. Excuse me? Remember, Neko, you are always, sorry, you're a beautiful person and always will be. Nice, thank you. Even when I'm an old person. Likes are private. Oh, you're right. Sorry. My bad. I meant Kick Sensor. Thank you, Kick Sensor, for liking, okay? It's a different person altogether. I'm contemplating bringing up what I was spurging about in the server. I don't 100% know what you're spurging about, so, I mean, feel free. Have you played the new Brotato content? I never even played Brotato. Brotato? I've never even played Brotato. I think I own it. Let me check. Hold on. I believe I own the game. Is it uncategorized? Did I even download it? Maybe I didn't download it. I swore I could have sworn I had it. Let me check the store. Play the Lost Brotato. Yeah, there was a new character introduced that someone said on the Timcord that is essentially adding the Lost to Brotato. Oh, I apparently don't own it. It's on my wish list though. I considered buying it one day when it was like $1, and then I never did. I think. Either way. Oh well. Okay, bet, since I already want attention for it. Damn, just straight up saying you want attention is kind of weird. But you do you, I guess. Yo, today when I opened up Steam, there was an update for Jedi Outcast. For Star Wars Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast, there was an update. And it was like 5 to 8 kilobytes. I'm like, what the fuck are they updating in this old ass game? The hell could they possibly be updating? Bruh. Anywho. Who is your ex Destiny? Did IFan date Destiny? Did he get did he go over there and get head? I thought it was Outlaws, not Outcast. Wait, what? Or Outlast? I forget. There's multiple games. You're thinking there is a game called there's Outlast Trials, right? I think that's like that horror-based game with the CIA stuff. There's Jedi Outcast. That's the Star Wars game. Outlaws. Oh, Outlaws is the bad one. Yeah. Star Wars Outlaws is the open world one where you play as this weird-looking girl. Yeah. Pure shit is what I've heard. I've never tried it, but yeah. Yo. I've reached over... Wait, someone unfollowed me? I don't know. I've reached 550 followers on X. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. I think there's a way you can download the update to a different folder to see what it is in it. I mean, that sounds like a good idea, but it's too late now. I already downloaded it. But yeah, maybe in the future. Over my dead body, I may be vicarious, but I hate men with facial hair and Destiny the Creep. I'm talking about Rory Rocket for anyone who did it. Care? Is Rory that one person that you told me to like to raid that one time, I think? The artist? Can I have a hug through the screen, Neko, because I'm still kind of stressed out? Sure. I don't know how. Look, all right, I'm hugging. There you go. See, I don't know how to hug you through the screen, so I can't move my arms. But this is me hugging you. Okay, there you go. Get hugged. Hopefully, it helps you stress. You're using Steam CMD or something, or you're saying you have to use Steam CMD for that. I see. Okay, makes sense. The best part of reading any message is imagining him screaming it into a phone. Real. Undress me with your eyes through the screen. The fuck? No, that's Rhina, and she's a lesbian. Oh. Well, I don't know these people. Who's Rory Rocket? Anyway. Let's check YouTube, I guess. There's got to be something good on YouTube, right? There's a lot of videos that seem like good content that I just haven't watched yet. I've been neglecting YouTube, actually. And by good content, I mean it's probably sucks, you know, whatever. What the fuck? Alright. Watch furry... Wait, did you say furry content that's on the Timcord? Should I check it? Let me check. Is it in video recommendations? The BYD or something like that? What's a BYD? What? I don't know what BYD is. Bring your dog? What's a BYD? Rory Rocket sounds like a rated E for everyone game character that has insane Rule 34. That is funny. Yeah, it does sound that way. So about Rory, besides the fact that we're never, ever, ever getting back together, she called me out as the undeniable liar, and our friendship almost ended there. Why didn't it end there? What? You're like, my friend called me an undeniable liar, and we almost became not friends. Somehow we agreed that she won't do any more art requests for me after this one she's currently doing, and she's banned me from her server, so although we are kosher... Uh-oh. Oh, you're kosher? Uh-oh. Although we're kosher, I feel like Our friendship is hanging by a thread and a prayer. Well, can you tell us? I'm gonna probably regret asking, but can you tell us what you commissioned her for? What was the art request? Become GoyTube. Recommended are so fucked up. Everything becomes Mr. Beastified. It's true. It is very unfortunate. Auto manufacturer BYD Chinese. Beat your dick. Yeah. Sounds about right. Rory Rocket X Freddy Fazbear. It does sound exactly like that. Not my proudest fab. I see. Derpty fucking derp. I am fan. Yep. What the fuck? BYD is politics slop, not drama slop? Well, I mean, politics slop is fine too. I don't see it in the Tim Cord though. I see death of free internet. I see addicted for 2 years to character.ai. That seems pretty funny. TV reviews. I'm crashing out. Haven't been this mad in a long time. Sounds kind of funny. It's above my shill message. Oh. The rise and fall of BYD. Build your dreams. The biggest scam of the car industry. That doesn't sound very entertaining though. That's not furry content. Thank you for letting me talk to you and about why I'm stressed out, Neko. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, no worries. Glad to help. I am politics brained, I guess, but Kim Possible dressed up as Gwenpool, basically Kim Pool, bro. Is this possibly why she doesn't want to be your friend? You think? Maybe? Maybe? I don't know. Neko is direction brain. That's not true. Holy yawn. Wait, you want to watch Cairo? Okay, you're saying yawn to what? Yawn to this? What's happening right now, or you want to see the BYD video? Fries and bag. She called me out for what's the reason why we broke up in the first place? Me being associated with her ex-friend Gublina Jones. Oh, I see. Am I considered associated with Gublina then? Auto manufacturer drama sounds like hell. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Chinese car industry, I don't really care too much. We can look at it briefly, but it doesn't sound super entertaining to me. I don't know what IFFan talks about. Are they using speech to text because they don't have arms or something? IFFan, do you have arms? I know this is a strange question, but do you have arms? All right, hold on. Anyway. All right, we'll check it out. Fun slot. Adventures of Sir Kixel. I see. Wait, does my Discord show me as online? It does. Okay. Anyway. I know somewhere this is a strange guy you take to the speech like people go to 7-Eleven and buy milk convenience. What? You are free to not watch the censor recommendation slop. I guess. Sorry, typo. Let me try again. I use text-to-speech like people go to a 7-Eleven and buy milk just out of convenience. Oh, okay. That does make sense as a sentence. Can Israel bomb another country or something so Aryan Kasparian can go off again? That would be nice, right? That would be entertaining, at least. Can something happen? Can nothing ever happens, bros? They're kind of ruining everything. I, for a second, thought... Hold on, I'll show you what I was looking at. We're going to increase playback speed because I'm assuming he's going to talk slow. Or maybe I just have, like... I don't know. Attention problems. Either way, okay. So, my first thought... Can you guess what my first thought was seeing this guy? In the corner of my eye, what did I think I saw? Can you think? Can you guess? Anrian Kasparian. No. Oh, I see. Anrian Kasparian. I get you. Colonel Sanders, you got it. Damn, IFFan got one. First. Make other people's lives difficult because having to read mangled jibber jabber because I would be inconvenienced if I had to type. Basically, yeah. That's what he's doing. Dennis Prager? No. What is Dennis Prager? I don't know what Dennis Prager looks like. What an ominous looking fern. Yeah, why does he have like a fucking hell demon fern in the background? Like possessed back there. Watching ominously. Welcome, one and only Stormy. Good to see you again. It's been a little bit. How you doing? Anna Kasparian is the ultimate Aryan? True. Real. Please don't notice the fern. Anyway, alright. Let's, I don't know if we'll watch this whole thing, but we'll give it a shot. It's like I thought, yeah, this will look good, basically. I just have a bad habit of not proofreading when I voice type, when I get... and that's when you get autistic gibberish, like insert example. True. Just getting back from vacay. How's the Neko? I'm doing great. How you doing? Well, great's a little bit of an exaggeration. I'm doing good. I'm doing swell. Where'd you go to for vacation? Anyway, let's start the vid. So we got a video by Statries? I don't know that. I've never seen that name in my life. But it's about BYD, the biggest scam of the car industry? Question mark?
For about 100 years, the global car industry was dominated by 3 countries: Germany, Japan, and the United States.
Whoa.
Out of them came the names that define modern driving: Toyota, Volkswagen, Mercedes, Ford, Honda, BMW.
This guy's accent is strong.
These weren't just companies. They were the pride of entire nations.
I think I need to increase the size of this closed captioning here. Hold on. Closed captioning. English. Okay. How did I... There's like... Yeah, there we go. Why is it not... It doesn't default to 100% for whatever reason. Okay, let's continue.
And the backbone of their economies. But in the space of 3 years, it's been a bloodbath. Mercedes watched its profit collapse by 28%. Porsche lost 92% of its bottom line in a single year. Stellantis, the group behind Jeep, Peugeot, and Fiat, posted a $26 billion loss, the worst in its history. Volkswagen announced 15,000 job cuts. Behind every single one of these blows, the same name keeps coming back: BYD, a company that until 2003 was still producing nothing but simple batteries. Back then, the very idea that they could one day...
The very idea... Come on now. I feel like people say that as a joke. But also, it's very hard to listen to... How does this guy have, like... such... It looks like he has a decent mic set up. But, like, I'm hearing, like, the slapping of his, like, gums. I don't... There's something about the way he talks. I'm like... It's not picking up the right things. It's emphasizing the wrong things. And it's making it hard to listen to.
compete with Tesla was so absurd that Elon Musk himself couldn't hold back a laugh when asked about them on live American television.
Have you seen their car?
Today, Musk isn't laughing anymore. BYD sells more electric cars than anyone on the planet. How did a small battery workshop bring the entire car industry to its knees in less than a decade? What's their secret weapon? And why is nobody talking about what's really happening behind the curtain? Because BYD didn't rise out of nowhere just like that. There's a lot more to this story. That's exactly why I created this channel, to talk about things people get wrong because they never set foot in Asia. I've been running businesses here for 26 years. I see what's happening from the inside. So, if you want a real picture of what's going on, subscribe. You won't get this anywhere else.
How do you say his name? Statris.
The mistake most people make is to think this is a story about Chinese brands winning in China.
Hold on. Beat your dick is what you read it as. I see. Guess how much I love you? Well, I already got spoiled that it's 999 trillion, right? Yep, it's a lot. Anna's bimbifying herself. She's morphing into SS Sniper Wolf. What's the SS stand for? On a Canadian vacation. It's Women's Day. What is that like? Where you like just go to the store? What's a Canadian vacation? Florida at the beachside cheap resort was great. Nice. Beachside. So you went to the beach? It sounds fun. I mean, I can't swim, so wouldn't be fun for me, but I don't think speeding up the playback is the right call on this one. Well, I was hoping to get through it faster, to be fair. Can you be bots to react to out of context Cream Crew compilation? The hell's the Cream Crew? And if so, name your price. $1,000 reduce. I don't know. I mean, $5 would probably be fine. Depends on how long the video is. I don't know. He needs 2 more hell ferns for optimal audio balancing. True. What is this video about? It's about the car company BYD in China and how it's outcompeting all the other companies, the car companies, and why this is happening. SS is Super Saiyan. Is it really, though? What can Canadians afford vacation? That's a good question. Neko docks your car's make and model. It's this right here. It's a Volkswagen. A Volkswagen. You can't swim. No, I can't. I'm sorry. Neko is black. Only in spirit. You wear a jean suit? I do? Oh, you're talking about the Canadian vacation? Confirmed? No. I thought swimming came almost naturally. For some, for many, I guess. Not for me. I choose to believe it means Schutzstaffel. I choose to believe that as well. I can't read apparently, but BYD, big white drive, big white. I don't know. Make it $1 with no use of the N-word, and it's 30 minutes of video. That's a lot of video, though. I would have to say, all right, $1 will confirm I'll look at it. It will not confirm I'll finish the video. If Neko can't swim, does that make Neko a future engineer or doctor? True. Yeah, maybe I'm destined for great things. Can you pronounce that in Braille, please? I'll try. No, I don't know how. Bump, bump, bump. Bump, bump, bump. Does that work? I don't know. I don't know Braille. I don't even know sign language. I hardly know English. Neko lacks the B and probably the W. What the fuck? Just dick. I feel bad for the girl who drove Frostbite because she didn't win no event this year. That's sad. We now know Neko lives in the inner city. True. Where's my reparations? You guys gotta give me reparations. Maybe Neko isn't black and is just rooftop Korean. Maybe. Is there something about Koreans not being able to swim or something? How about $5 and 25 minutes of video? That's a big demand. I don't know. Neko's a woman.
That will already be bad news for Miss.
Oops. That's what you think. Let's go back. Hold on. So if you want the real picture, you gotta subscribe. Wow. Anyway. People needing to learn how to swim is crazy, not gonna lie. What you think it just comes naturally? Well, not for me. I don't know. If you threw me into a pool, I would just sink. I don't have that natural. I think the problem is there are some people who just physically have a natural ability to float without really even trying. I naturally sink. Muscles are too thick, I think. My muscles too thick. That's how you know I'm not fat. Yeah, that's how exactly. That's how you know I'm not fat. I don't have the body fat would make me float, wouldn't it? Even just a little fat makes you. Even just a little fat makes you float. Exactly. So you know I'm not fat. So deal or not deal yet? Well, I said like $1. I'll look at it. $5, maybe I can guarantee like half the video. But I don't think I'll ever guarantee anyone giving me money means I'll watch a whole video. I don't know. You learn when you're young and mimic what others do. I mimic and it doesn't do anything. Right now, I'm like, I can picture in my head what swimming looks like. And when I try and do that, nothing happens. Literally just move. If you don't move your legs, you will for sure drown. Legs are a big part of swimming. You can't just fucking know things. True. You are a witch? What? Because I sink? Kids learn it quicker than adults. That's what I've heard. Some things are more intuitive, yeah, I guess. If Neko has no body fat, he will never get his period. What the fuck? Fanboy physique. Neko, if iFan gives you $1, will you watch my snowboarding video? If someone else gives me $1, will I do something for you? Maybe. Maybe. It'd be kind of funny if it's like, iFan, I will not watch your video to the fullest. But if you give me $1, I'll watch Front's video till the end. The art of the deal, right? Anyway.
Of what's going on, subscribe. You won't get this anywhere else. The mistake most people make is to think this is a story about Chinese brands winning in China. That will already be bad news for Mercedes and Volkswagen, but it will still leave them the
Is it about China
the
cheating?
reality is much worse. BYD and the other Chinese car makers aren't just dominating Beijing and Shanghai. They're planting their flag on every continent at the same time, and nobody seems able to stop them. Start with Southeast Asia, where the shift has been the most brutal. In Thailand, BYD took 40% of the electric vehicle market in 18 months. Mitsubishi shut down its local factory. Mazda cut production by 60%. A region that had been a Japanese stronghold for 40 years flipped in a few years. In Singapore, 1 out of every 5 new cars sold last year is a BYD. In Malaysia, BYD became the best-selling electric brand in 2020.
Have any of you guys seen a BYD in the US or wherever you live? I have not seen a single one.
Closer to home, the picture is just as ugly. Look at Europe, the place where Western car makers thought they'll be safe. Chinese brands now account for more than 11% of European EV sales, and the share keeps growing every quarter. Renault just posted its first net loss in 5 years and warned that margins will keep shrinking because of Chinese pressure. Stellantis is bleeding in its core market. Even Audi, the untouchable brand of
Is it just going to be, I'm wondering if it's just going to be that China has like heavy, like the government's heavily like pushing and funding this car company. Essentially, the car company is one with the government. So therefore, they don't have the problems other companies have where they can lose, you know?
European luxury is now losing customers in China and losing market share at home in Europe at the same time. Friedrich Merz, the German chancellor, had to fly to Beijing with 30 CEOs behind him, not to sign contract, but to ask Xi Jinping to stop suffocating German industry. 20 years ago, it would have been unthinkable. And there's the place nobody expected, Brazil. BYD took 72% of the Brazilian electric vehicle market in a single year and opened a factory on the side of an old Ford plant the Americans had abandoned. They're doing the same thing in Mexico, in Israel,
you assume they're undercutting everyone? Yeah, that's what I'm
imagining. In the world, where the BYD tongue landed straight in the top 5 bestsellers on launch. The United States is the only major market where BYD is still blocked, officially for national security reasons. And even there, the Americans know it's a holding pattern, not a victory, because in every other corner of the planet, the trend is the same. Wherever BYD shows up, the competition starts falling apart, sometimes in months, sometimes in weeks. So, the real question is how? How does a Chinese company most people couldn't name 5 years ago pull off something no Western car makers saw coming? Cheap labor doesn't explain it. Plenty of other Chinese brands had the same advantage and went nowhere. What BYD actually built is the part Mercedes and Toyota should have been studying 10 years ago. And to understand what they built, you need to know who built it. His name is Wang Chuanfu. In 1995, he was a 29-year-old engineer who borrowed $40,000 from his cousin and rented a small workshop in Shenzhen to start making rechargeable batteries. Within 7 years, he was supplying Motorola and Nokia.
Bro, how do you just have a brother? You're like, yo, bro, let me borrow 40K. That he had to be well off already. You don't just go, yo, bro, I need to borrow $40,000. It's trust.
In 2003, BYD was the biggest battery maker in the world.
Oh, it's banned here?
One did something nobody understood. He took the money and bought a bankrupt state-owned car factory in the middle of nowhere. His own investors tried to stop him. BYD's stock dropped by 2.7 billion Hong Kong dollars in 2 days. The Chinese business press called it a joke. A battery guy working into one of the most capital-intensive industries on the planet. Wang didn't even have a driving license, but his logic was simple. The future of the car, he believed, wasn't the engine, it was the battery. And nobody on earth knew more about batteries than him. Everyone else was trying to figure out how to electrify a car. Wang was trying to figure out how to build a car around something he already mastered. It would take him 15 years of humiliation before the rest of the world understood what he was actually doing. And during those 15 years, while journalists laughed at his cars and Musk was mocking him on television, Wang made 3 decisions that would quietly change everything. The first was to refuse to depend on anyone. Tesla buys its batteries from Panasonic. Volkswagen relies on hundreds of outside suppliers for chips, motors, electronics, even the glass. BYD decided to build everything in-house. The batteries, obviously, but also the semiconductors, the motors, the power electronics, the windshields, the headlights, down to the software running inside the dashboard. When the global chip shortage paralyzed the entire auto industry in 2021, BYD just turned up the dial on its own chip factories and kept delivering. When lithium prices exploded, they were already digging their own in Tibet and South America. Every crisis that hurt their competitors made them stronger. The second decision was a bet on the boring option. While Tesla and every Silicon Valley commentator was evangelizing pure electric vehicle, Wang quietly poured resources into plug-in hybrids, cars that run on electricity for daily commutes and switch to gasoline for longer trips. In California, it sounded like a compromise. In most of China, where charging stations were rare outside the big cities, it was the only thing that actually made sense for hundreds of millions of people. By the time BYD was selling more PHEVs than Tesla was selling EVs in total, the Western press was still debating whether hybrids were even the real technology. That compromise gave BYD access to 500 million Chinese consumers Tesla could never touch. And once they had that volume, the economics of scale did the rest. The third decision was the one that closed the trap. In 2020, BYD released the Blade battery, a different chemistry, lithium iron phosphate, instead of the nickel and cobalt mix everyone else was using. It was cheaper to produce, it didn't catch fire when you drove a nail through it, and it lasted longer. That last part matters more than it sounds. It meant BYD could sell cars at a lower price than Tesla while claiming a genuine safety advantage. 4 years later, Tesla started buying batteries from BYD for its own cars. Let that sink in. The company must love that on television is now supplying the batteries inside Teslas. Spoiler alerts, they stopped quickly. But you understand that BYD didn't just build better cars, they built a system that competitors structurally can't copy. At least, that's the official story. The one you read in every business magazine.
Yeah, I was going to say, so far this just sounds like an advertisement. So far this just sounds like a big Chinese advertisement. There's got to be some sort of downside, right? What's the seedy underbelly? What's the negative to this? There's got to be, right? It's going to be basically funded by the government, I would imagine. And it's a way of undercutting or taking over foreign business. And they're using probably cheap labor. They got cheap materials. The quality assurance isn't great, probably. I'm assuming there's a number of things that are wrong. Well, I guess we'll see. Own the means of production, right? Okay, so they basically just copied Ford, kinda. Henry Ford owned the production of everything that went into the cars. Yeah. I mean, that's important. It helps. You own every single step of the way. It certainly helps. Scooch over, Pussycat. We're in the same boat. What the fuck? You said you were losing weight, so there's no way you are so skinny you lack buoyancy. I don't know I don't know the explanation. I just know I lack buoyancy, okay? The only way my body floats is when I pretend to be dead. You know? Does that make sense? You know, you ever you know how when there's a corpse in the water, the back comes up to the surface? If I pretend to be a corpse, my back floats to the surface. That's the only way I can float. I'm getting all tinfoil hat. Imagine China used nickel and lithium to undercut the sales. Probably. Stop the spoilers and xenophobia. Chinese tricks were not involved. You said spoilers, though. Why didn't they use iron thingy and lithium to begin with? Good question. Well, they had Superman, the Super Battery Man. Super Battery Man knows how to make batteries that are better, stronger, faster, safer, and cheaper. So, that was a secret, Super Battery Man. You can't swim? I cannot. No, the Chinese use Jewish tricks, obviously. They might. Look, we're halfway through the video. The first half was all glowing, praise. Now it's it's not a company, it's a weapon. That sounds like AI. Did AI write this video? It's not a company, it's a weapon. A rot underneath. What comes next? Neko flails like a retard instead of swimming? I guess. Anyway.
3 of our case studies celebrating BYD as the next Toyota. Vertical integration, bold hybrid strategy, breakthrough batteries, amazing. Except
amazing.
It's not the full story. Not even close. If you're getting value from this, hit subscribe. This is exactly the kind of story you won't find on CNBC, because most people covering Asia have never actually worked here. I have for 26 years.
We got it.
That's why I created
Stop
this
advertising
channel, to
yourself.
share what was allowed to play. Between 2015 and 2020 alone, BYD received roughly $4.3 billion in direct subsidies from the Chinese state.
Subscribe, no fuck off.
The year they poached their star designer from Audi, the subsidies they collected from Beijing were higher than the company's entire net profit. Listen to that sentence again. Without the Chinese government writing checks,
the government.
BYD wasn't making money that year. He was losing it, and he wasn't the only year.
It's subsidized by the government.
Freelance for factories, zero interest loans from state-owned banks, tax breaks on R&D, guaranteed public contracts for buses and taxis in hundreds of Chinese cities. Subsidies ended directly to buyers so that every BYD sold in China came pre-discounted by the state at its peak.
I'm glad he told us what everyone literally everyone already assumed.
$2,000 and $4,000 of public money for every single vehicle rolling off the line. Now, stop for a second and think about what that means for a company like Volkswagen.
Exactly. I'll subscribe if I like it, okay? You don't need to tell me.
Against a rival whose margin isn't calculated the same way theirs is. BYD can sell below cost for years and still post a profit because the Chinese state is quietly topping up the difference. That's not a fair market. This is why Mercedes can't just build better cars. It's why Stellantis can't just cut costs harder. The problem isn't that BYD is smarter or faster or more.
I mean, it is a fair market. Literally every other government could do the same thing, and they just don't. Every other government could subsidize their own state-funded car company, and they don't. So I guess I don't know, sucks to suck.
Innovative. Although there are plenty of those things, the problem is that BYD is part of a national industrial strategy, Made in China 2025. The plan Xi Jinping laid out a decade ago openly named the automotive sector as one of the 10 industries China intended to dominate globally. BYD is the instrument, the country is the player. By the time Western governments finally woke up and started talking about tariffs and investigations, Beijing had already started winding down the most aggressive subsidies. Not because anyone forced them to, because the job was done. The machine was built, the global supply chain was locked in, and the competition was already on its knees. The subsidies served their purpose and then quietly disappeared, leaving Western politicians chasing a problem that had already moved on to its next chapter. Sadly, for BYD, the cracks are starting to show. The first one opened up in early 2025, when a small independent research firm based in Hong Kong called GMT Research published a report that landed like a bomb in the financial press. According to their analysis, BYD's real debt isn't the 42 billion yuan the company officially reports. It's closer to 323 billion,
That's
almost
a lot.
8 times higher. The missing pieces are hidden inside what accountants call supply chain financing, a polite way of saying that BYD pays its suppliers on average 275 days after delivery, 9 months, in an industry where the norm is 50 to 60 days. Technically, those unpaid invoices are debt, except they don't show up on the balance sheet. BYD is using its own suppliers as an unpaid bank, and the scale of it now rivals what Evergrande was doing in real estate right before the world scene collapsed. There's another practice nobody in China talks about openly, but everyone in the industry knows exists. It's called zero-mile age used cars. The mechanism is simple and ugly. At the end of each month, when sales targets are due, BYD dealerships registered thousands of brand new cars in the name of shell companies they control, then immediately resell them on the second-hand market as used 0 kilometers. On paper, those cars count as new car sales. In reality, no real customer ever bought them. They end up parked in giant lots across China, sometimes for months. Images from 2024 show rows of BYDs abandoned in fields, slowly rusting. A salesman in Guangzhou admitted anonymously that at the end of every month, he was told to register 200 or 300 cars under partner companies just to hit the numbers. Which raises an uncomfortable question. When BYD tells the world it sold 4.25 million vehicles last year, how many of those were actually sold to human beings? The quality problems have been piling up in parallel. In September 2024,
Neko, your fascism economics is being debunked. China is not a fascist nation, okay? This is not fascist economics. But yeah, I don't know. China is known for having that whole thing where they'll build like cities. They'll do like they're propping up the economy by building things no one's using, right? They're like paying for projects to build things, and no one's buying these homes, no one's filling these homes, no one's buying these cars. And well, I mean, there's people buying these cars, but not the insane amount of them that they're making. 90% of all technological advancement is driven by porn and war. True. None of them give a fuck about the improving technology for the sake of improving. Their interests are only in the interests of competing with their opponents and being the top dog. Economic and monetary interests. Geopolitics supersede fucking scientific advancement. True. Yeah. It do be that way. Dictionary definition. What? It's government's control of private entities. Government control of private entities is what? Fascist? I think there's more to fascism than just that. Basically, they have cities that are basically empty. I said basically twice. Then the buildings disintegrate. Yeah, it just kind of sits there rotting. No one's using it, right? It's like they have government projects. They pay government projects to employ these people, so these people have money to spend on the economy, and you know, whatever. But then it's like, okay, but the things they're building aren't really for any actual use. I don't know 100% how the economics work. It's very complicated, but it very much seems like they're trying to prop up their own industry with fake projects.
BYD had to recall nearly 97,000 vehicles over a steering column defect that could cause short circuits and spontaneous fires. The biggest recall in the company's history. Well, the biggest recall until October 2025, when they had to recall another 115,000 vehicles for another problem. On Chinese social media, complaints about the Sea Lion SUV, radio cutting out after 3 months, GPS showing roads that don't exist, wipers freezing in heavy rain, reached nearly 5,000 official filings in a single week. In Brazil, BYD is being prosecuted by the Labor Ministry for conditions described in court documents as analogous to slavery at its factory construction site in Bahia. 163 Chinese workers, passports confiscated, 14-hour days, no rest days. The case went all the way up to President Lula, and the financials are starting to wobble. Net profit for 2025 dropped by 19%. Global sales in the first month of 2026 fell 41% year-on-year. Geely, the rival Chinese giant, is starting to eat BYD's lunch at home. The Chinese government itself issued a public warning late last year telling carmakers that the price war they engage in isn't sustainable. When Beijing tells its own champions to calm down, you know something is off. None of this means BYD is about to collapse tomorrow. The company is still massive, still profitable on paper, still selling more electric cars than anyone on the planet, but the cracks are real and the people pointing at them aren't going away. Some of them are now openly using the word Evergrande. Whether they're right or wrong, that word alone tells you how fragile that miracle might actually be. Whatever you might think about all this, Beijing is already running the same playbook again in half a dozen other industries. If you want to know which industries are next on the list, you don't even have to guess. Beijing published it. It's called China's 15th Five-Year Plan, and it names every sector the country intends to dominate.
Okay, so we got integrated circuits, intelligent robots. Okay. Low altitude economy. I don't know what that means. Biomedicine, new types of energy storage, aviation, and aerospace. Okay. I guess AI would fall under what? Intelligent robots?
Globally. Read it once and you'll never look at the business headline the same way again. The reason I'm telling you this isn't to scare you. It's because if you're building a business in 2026, thinking the world still works the way it did in 2005, you're going to get blindsided by something you never saw coming. The rules have changed. The people playing the game best right now are not in Detroit, Stuttgart, or Tokyo. They're in Shenzhen, Hangzhou, and a dozen other Chinese cities most Westerners couldn't find on the map. Whether BYD collapses next year under its own hidden debts or becomes the Toyota of the 21st century almost doesn't matter. The bigger story is the one playing out behind it, and it's not going to stop with cars. If you've seen the shift happening in your own industry, drop a comment below and tell me what you're watching.
No,
I read them all.
I will not.
And if this is the kind of story you want more of, subscribe. That's why I created this channel, to share what's really going on in Asia from the inside, not from a desk.
Is this guy all about fucking
See
China
you in the next
stuff?
video.
This says Asia. Like, does it cover? We can see what he covers, but like, is it all China stuff? I see. All right, look, there's like, China, I don't know, Dubai, Thailand, China, India, all about Asia, including Western Asia. Show me China. What, on a map? China, China, China. It's mostly China. China, China, China. For a second, I thought that was clavicular. This is like fucking like, no, we won't get clavicular. We have clavicular at home. Clavicular at home is hold up. When it loads.
Ever. Even for
Anyway. Show me China. Subscribe. No. Neko, did I tell you that I have people from Vietnam and Thailand watching my videos? You did not tell me, but that's cool. That's cool. What are they saying? Are they saying stuff? The digital back office for business momentum average C-suite nonsense sentence. Yeah, that is pretty nonsense. Taiwan semiconductor industry or industry? What? Or the industry in general, they want to have their fingers in the pie of. Wait, what? Oh, they want the semiconductors from Taiwan for AI. True, yeah. Among other things. There's a lot of reasons to have semiconductors. AI being one of them. Military reasons being another. But yeah. Why is the music so quiet? I want the music to be like loud, or not loud. I want it to be quiet, but like audible. It's hard to find a middle ground. For gay eye? Damn. Gay eye. Damn, anyone who likes gay eye is instantly gay because he said this. Wrecked. Anyway, what else we got? What else is good? I don't know, censor. I don't know about that recommendation. It was a little bit too dry, I think. I don't think that would have I don't think that would fly on a Tim cord or a Tim stream, you know? It's a little too dry. We had Celestium here. Oh wait, she did a stream with Ember. Okay. Mixtape Shills called out Asmon. It did not end well. They got some not likes on Twitter, I guess. Intergalactic is so cooked. Wow. No views. Wait, this is new. 1 minute ago. Wish I could stay till the end, but to get my shout out, but I can't. Yeah, I know. You said you would stay for like an hour. So, hey, if you got to go see your sister or do whatever you have to do with your family, please, by all means, feel free. Appreciate you staying as long as you did, though. What's next on the censor after the censor slot is a good question. Who is M Tashed? Oh, that's this whole stream. Okay. I wish there was a way to like filter out lives. Is there? Do I just not see it? The fucking shit right there. How do I filter out lives? Why does YouTube filtering suck? Like, I want to look at... I want to filter out shorts and I want to filter out lives. I just want things in my subscriptions that are regular sized videos. Tim this, Tim that. That guy doesn't even want to acknowledge you exist. Why is that man Dickens is always in your mouth? I thought you wasn't gay. Mentioning a streamer I watch doesn't mean anyone's dick is in anyone's mouth. You talk more about dicks than anyone else. You want to talk about dicks and mouths. You over here talking about like, you're like, you're literally commissioning people to make like femboy art. Gamu smile? That's not today, okay. Speaking of fly, besides paying for your time to react to it, I plan on creating that out of context clip compilation, hoping you can consider reacting to it. Fruits of my labor, maybe. Is that what you're saying? You want me to react to your video, essentially? You can filter searches, but I don't know about your sub feed. Yeah, that's the problem, yeah. Like, I want to filter to just the channels I'm sub to, but... Oh. Yeah. Get Kairo's penis out of your mouth, please. Excuse me. I'm gonna go. Have a beautiful night. Love you, Neko. Always will. Thank you, Tailgater. Have a good night as well. Love you back. One and only Stormy says, my gaydar going off on IFan. Damn. Balls, balls. When I get around to bring it to life, then yeah. See. The Smug Alana situation is genuinely hilarious. Is it though? Cringe influencer thinks he shouldn't pay full price for a meal. We haven't really watched a moist slop in a while. Students dismantle their leftist teacher in front of the entire school. Whoa. Whoa. Do we watch that? Cop slap time? Maybe it is cop slap time. I don't give a fuck about VTuber dramas. Some are good, just not all. True. True. Not all. To be honest, the only thing I plan on investing into you, Neko, wise, is you saying the N-word. I see. That Warren vid is nice and short. Warren. Oh, this one? True. Cop slop is good too, yeah. We got a couple cop slops we could look at. Cop slops. This one here you're talking about? 20 minutes? Yeah, I don't want to watch a 45-minute video on Mugen. This is way... I don't know how this person got 63k views from a video 6 hours ago about a situation that is like a month or so old. Like, this is an old-ass drama. The Saikuno Mugen shit. I don't know. I don't understand. I got exposed. Yeah, I was gonna say Gamergate is back. What's this one? Leaflet says Gamergate is back. Spencer, did you know Gamergate is back? Fs and women watch drama for longer than average straight normative people, I think. Then straight, I see, yeah, probably. The drama's stale and dry now, true. Since you've been giving me a shout out, I'm gonna give you a shout out on my channel as soon as I become less stressed out. Sounds good. Yeah, focus on being less stressed if you can. Good luck. Did you play Misery? It doesn't sound familiar. Is this a game? Misery. Yes, you knew. Wait, Sensor, you're saying you knew Gamergate was back? It's ass. Oh. I told Harmer to do a video about mixtape with regards to Gamergate. Yeah, that would have been good. Harmer is playing it too safe, I feel. 4-year-old reveals great grandpa's disgusting secret. That's a short one we could watch. VTuber Smugglana destroyed Twitch streamer Denims. Whoa. Anytime anyone mentions Denims, I immediately check out. I'm just like, I don't care. Someone wearing jeans, who cares? Anyway. Look at that cat. Give me a goodbye hug to the screen. Thank you. Hugs back to you, Tailgater. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your night. Gee, I wonder what the secret might be. What could it be? I wouldn't doubt Denim's having the HIV. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it either. Stormy saying stuff he should say on green site. Were you saying bad stuff? I mean, I've seen some crazy cop slot videos. One where a woman cut someone up and tried to boil parts to get rid of them. Bro, I don't think I've seen that, but I've seen some crazy ones. All right, we gotta pick something. I gotta pick something. I'm just kind of just stalling now. The Warren vid? Sure. So this is the guy that like the Leaflet likes to respond to. Leaflet likes to cover this guy. So maybe it's interesting. We'll see. Maybe it's not. Playback speed, I'll do 1.25 again. I think you're right, Bandaman, that fast forwarding that BYD video was a mistake. But I don't know. I feel like it'll be fine here. Warren is cool. I see. No worries, man. Pick what you want. All right. Different kettle of fish. Who is more physically attractive, Shoe or Denims? I don't actually know what Denims looks like. Hey, I'll look it up. We'll do a quick look. Denims. I'm getting a lot of pictures of jeans. What does Denims actually look like? Okay, so we got, I guess this is Denims. Hold on. And then we'll get, who's the other one? Shoe on head. All right, so the tiny picture, bro. Do we just have a standard ass pic? No, okay, I don't mean an ass pic. Do we have a standard ass pic? I just need a picture. Okay, hold on. All right, they look the same. All right, look. Okay, here's the options. So we've got this girl versus this girl. I think Shoe on Head looks better, but talk to you tomorrow, Neko. Once again, love you. Thank you. Talk to you later. Love back to you. Leaflet. What? Shoe by far. Ass pick. They're old picks for both. True. That Dennis filter is doing some serious heavy lifting. Yeah, she looks kind of, I don't know. I think she's playing the angles and stuff. I guess they both are, but of the two, I think Shu looks better. But yeah, I don't know. No, now Shu without her wigs. Is it proven she has wigs? Because yeah, that could be a big minus points, you know. Anyway. I know I've seen that joke plenty of times. I don't know if she actually wears wigs or not. Labeled somewhat sapiosexual. I don't enjoy pseudo-intellectual drivel. Many errors and things tends to become heuristic, rudimentary, and biased a lot. Sapiosexual? What does that mean? You just love people? You love sapiens? I don't know. I don't know what I feel like that's a pivotal term I don't know. She just seems more authentic. If I knew nothing about her either and went off pics, I suppose. Anyway, you think Shu looks better? Okay, I think we're all kind of saying Shu. Put the thesaurus down. But, I don't know. I know Shuan had a leak of pictures, and, what, didn't Shuan had used to date Armored Skeptic? And then, I don't know. There was a little bit cringy stuff going on. The thing is, I know a lot more about Shuan Head because of the Armored Skeptic shit. And that whole drama. I don't really know anything about denims. I just hear the name a lot, and I'm like, ugh. I don't want to, like, I immediately know, okay, we're talking about denims? Okay, I don't care. I like dinosaurs. Dent gay. I don't know what denims looks like naked, so I can't compare it. True. Like the Shuan Head leaks, you can see Shuan Head basically naked. We don't know what denims looks like. So it's not a fair comparison that way, I guess. Gregory. Oh, I see. Pregnant Gregory. Is she... Wait. She is bald. Is she? I don't know. Denim's a fucking embarrassment. She's a moron. Can't grow hair. Oh, you're saying Shuan Head can't grow hair. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know the truth. It does minus points, I'll say, if she does have to wear wigs. But, you know, just keep the wig on. I don't know. Anyway, she has alopecia. Uh-oh. Basically naked? Well, literally naked, I guess, right? I mean, we don't have, like, as far as I remember, I don't think there was, like, one full, like, frontal shot, you know? So, basically, you know, you have pieces, and you can kind of conjure up a combined image. There was? Okay, then maybe I didn't see it. I don't know. Anyway, let's watch the Warren vid. Bruh. Alright, we got a video called Students Dismantled Their Leftist Teacher in Front of the Entire School by Warren Smith. Let's see what it is. Let's see how it goes.
Students in the UK recorded this audio of them challenging their teacher because they disagree with the student in the class who claims that she's a cat.
I'm reporting you to Miss Willis. You need to have a proper educational conversation.
But what if she is the cat? What if cat girls are real?
about equality, diversity, and inclusion.
The teacher gets so upset that she claims she's going to report them all.
Where the teacher should have gone with this conversation is, no, you can't identify as a cat.
They say, no, we're not going to play this game, and they challenge the logic that their classmate is in fact a cat. This sets the teacher off, though.
How dare you? You just really upset someone.
How dare you? You just really upset someone. The fucking UK schools, well, UK in general is kind of fucked. Like, the UK places such an emphasis on whether or not you're offended. It is literally a legal like, if you offend someone online, you might be in legal trouble. That's how fucked it is.
Saying things like, should be in an asylum.
I didn't say that. I just said if they want to identify as a cow or something, then they're like genuinely on that. Then they've gone. Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, there's something to be said for that. If you believe you are a cow or a cat, there's something going on mentally.
You were questioning.
Yeah, that's not saying much. Saying there's something going on mentally is not really making a statement. If they believe they're a cow, yes, there is something going on mentally. If they don't believe they're a cow, yes, there's also something going on mentally. Right now, for me, there's something going on mentally. For you, There's something, you know, it's a meaningless thing to say. Warn is warranted. True. Upset who? Only person I see upset you, bitch. True. Europe is a fallen continent. Yeah, basically. It's illegal to be offended. Well, it's illegal to offend, certainly. Communications Act? Is that what they call it?
Their identity.
No, it wasn't a question. I was just saying about the gender. I didn't say anything about them.
But where do you get this idea from? There's only two genders.
The teacher acts like this is some extremist idea that, oh, you've been on the internet too much. Where did you get this idea that there's two genders? Now, the students take an interesting strategy here. If she's allowed to have her opinion that she's a cat, why can't I have my opinion that there's only two genders?
My opinion.
True.
If I respect their opinion, can't they respect my
It
opinion?
is not an opinion.
So the teacher claims you're not allowed to hold that opinion, even though it's objective truth.
Gender is not.
Gender is not opinion. So if you think there's a man and a woman are the only genders, you're not entitled to that opinion. It's not an opinion. Okay, well then, by the same metric, they're not entitled to claim they're a fucking cat because it's not an opinion. You know, it's they can't say, in my opinion, I'm a cat. We can all see their person. Therefore, de facto, ex patronum, I win. Okay, teacher.
With the, not linked to the parts that you were born with.
So this is the move that we usually see. At some point, people just started to claim that gender is separate from sex.
That is about how you identify, which is what I said right from the very beginning of the
No, I just don't
lesson.
agree with that. So why should I have to listen to it if I don't agree with it?
Biological sex, there is actually three biological sexes. because you
There's
can be
3
born
biological
The teacher
sexes.
goes on to even claim that there are some people that have no gender.
transgender, there is agender, people that don't believe they have a gender at all.
Yeah, but,
People don't believe. I'm learning something here.
And the students point this out. They say, how's that even possible?
yeah, but it's not a lot. It's our opinion. We just don't agree
Is
with
it-
it. We just think it's all just.
Calling yourself a gender because you don't think you have a gender at all, and calling that a gender, like, okay, calling a gender, if you get what I'm saying, is because she called it a separate gender, saying a gender is a gender. Isn't that kind of self-defeating?
If you have a vagina, you're a girl. If you have a penis, you're a boy.
Yeah.
But cisgender is not necessarily the way to be. You were talking about the fact that cisgender is the norm. That you identify with the gender, with the sexual organ that you're born with, or you're weird. That's basically what you're saying, which is really despicable.
Yeah, that's really despicable. You identify with the sexual organs you were born with. That is really despicable. Okay to be straight? Yeah, it should be. So sick of them trying to minoritize themselves? Oh yeah. They want to appear special. They want to appear unique, like a special snowflake. There's male, female chromosomes, hermaphrodite, genetic thing. It's the same sex. Yeah, it's still the two sexes. Even if you're stuck in some sort of weird limbo between the two, that doesn't create a new sex. I'm sorry, it doesn't create. It means you're in some sort of fucked up state between the two sexes that exist.
How? When
Wow.
If
It's
I call
fact.
my mum right now, my mum would
Same.
be on my side.
If I call my mum, she'd say.
Aren't straight zoomers allegedly a minority? Maybe, I don't know.
Small majority of people who actually think that.
There's no way it's a minority, but you know, I can see someone alleging that to make fun of zoomers.
We have so many problems in the world with homophobia.
The students point out this really has nothing to do with gay people. In fact, you couldn't have the concept of being gay if there was no such thing as biological gender.
Real.
That's not homophobia, that's gender.
Yes,
I'm fine
it
with
is.
lesbians and gay people.
Same.
I've got nothing against them.
They're the same.
But gender there is a link between it, and you're saying that people
There
can't
isn't.
change
No, they
who they want to
can't.
be.
They can't. Unless you get a penis
Fucking
attached.
slag.
No, I'm not.
You're confusing sex and gender.
No, I'm not though. Because
Yes,
if you have
you
a
are.
vagina, you're a girl. If you have a penis, you're a boy.
Yeah, you can't have a vagina and be a girl, but then
Unless you get
This is our teachers, bro.
The problem here is that the teacher claims they are
Who is this guy? This guy doesn't sound like he's in the UK. I'm sorry, he's like, this is our teachers, bro. And it's like, bro, you are not someone who lives in the UK. I get what he's saying, but it came off as funny to me.
objectively wrong in their analysis. She says it right here. This is not up for debate. She's saying you are not allowed to have that opinion.
I mean, it's not an opinion that
Yes,
we
it is.
express in this
Yes,
school.
it is.
No, it's not. And if you don't like it, you need to go to a different school.
This is where it just gets wild.
Is he gonna
She's
zap that dog?
Clearly stating it's our way or the highway. We will kick you out of school if you do not buy into the student can be a cat.
The student can be a cat. Supposedly there was a study that said a huge number of Zoomers are bisexual, but I assume they're basically lying. I mean, if you're let's say you're in a Zoomer class and all your fellow students are being like, "Oh, I'm this, I'm this," and they want to appear special. No one wants to say they're straight in front of the other kids because saying they're straight sounds like they're making a stand. If you say you're straight in a class full of fucking weirdos, that is effectively making a stand, almost like a vaguely right-wing stand. So they all probably defaulted to saying, "Oh, but bisexual, I guess." It's a social contagion, yeah.
I'm reporting you to Miss Willis. You need to have a proper educational conversation.
Whose job is that, huh?
A proper educational conversation. I would love to have that conversation. I'd be very curious to see how that would go and what that would look like.
About equality, diversity, and inclusion. Because
About DEI. What is...
This is why I point out DEI so much, because it encompasses
Literally
so
DEI,
much. It's not
yeah.
just the racial.
Well, she spelled out EDI, but you know, you get the idea. Let's see. Hey, Happa, welcome. Welcome, Happa Nationalist. Hello, how you doing? Straight up true. I have a graph that's funny. I sent it to memes. All right, I'll take a look in a moment. Graph and memes. Better be funny or else. Mentions of prejudice in academic papers. Here, let's grab this. Copy link. Let us look at it real quick. Hold on. Boop. 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 So here's the linked image. It says, mentions of prejudice in academic papers from 1900 to August 2024. And as you can see, somewhere around post-World War II, just after World War II, it kind of skyrockets. It starts to go way up. Suddenly, when a certain party wins, essentially, mentions of Islamophobia, homophobia, racism, sexism, transphobia, anti-Semitism. Well, anti-Semitism kind of went in a weird direction, but it also rose around the time. But all these seem to skyrocket. Well, apparently right around the 2000s, though. I guess it's obvious. Okay, what event could precipitate... is that the right term? Am I just fucking making up shit? Islamophobia? Gee, what around 2000 could it be? Could it be, perhaps, 9/11 may have made Islamophobia skyrocket? Probably. Transphobia. The thing is, transphobia... Trans shit wasn't really a big, like, in 2000, but it kind of, I guess, somewhere around 2005, it looks like it skyrocketed. It's equity, inclusion, not equality. Oh, well. Oh, well. I learned this in DEI class, young man. You know better than this? Or you learned this. The leaflet just uses this guy because she's terrible with words and just loops? I guess. I don't know. I haven't watched that many videos of her watching Goran. Testicular injuries in women's sports have spiked. True. The Jewish party... Wait, what? The Jewish party won because they have the best dance moves. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Because I said who won? Yeah, basically. The side with the Jewish people? Yeah. So what the shirt is telling me is we need to go to war again. Yeah. True. We didn't win, we lost. Is what this tells me. Anyway, I'd be interested to see anti-white. I want to see anti-white as a term. When did that start skyrocketing? It would probably be like somewhere around like right here, like between 2000 and 2024, somewhere around like 2016. It's gonna be like skyrocketing. He seems like he would be hugely popular with midwits. Damn. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway. Let's continue. Oh. Damn it. I went too far back. Go a little bit back. Just a little bit. Anyway. Alright. Good enough.
So much because it encompasses so much. It's not just the racial component. It plays out like you're seeing here as well.
I'm not having that expressed in my lesson. When I'm teaching you about you can be who you want to be, how you identify is up to you.
But these students can't be who they want to be. They can't disagree with this person being a cat.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate.
Maybe because they're polite, maybe they're sensitive.
The tolerance only goes so far.
I haven't said anything in all of the lessons I've been in. It's just because they turned around and started saying something. So I said, how can you identify as a cat when you're a girl?
Well, they're now writing a statement. I would imagine that you'll be asked to write a statement as well.
Now they're being required to write statements, and this is in the UK. Maybe they have a different procedure over there. I'm glad this got caught on camera. Now this recording caught the attention of the media in the UK.
The teacher, and I will make a direct quote,
Bro, why is she dressed as a cat? Did she literally dress up as a cat for this story?
said, that is not an opinion that we express.
This is your real life cat girls, okay? This is the sad reality.
In this school, and if you don't like it, you need to go to a different school. Now,
the way she dealt with it was completely unprofessional, and to say that if you express these views that she really has decided is unacceptable, I'm not sure she speaks for the whole entire school. If you don't like it, find another school.
Now this is the interesting part when she turns over to one of the co-hosts.
This is bonkers, isn't it, Nigel?
Well, I mean, the teacher was unnecessarily aggressive on this one. I thought the kids were actually fighting back quite admirably. And where the teacher should have gone with this conversation is, no, you can't identify as a cat or an aardvark or a chihuahua or something like that. You cannot identify as a different species.
Who at first sounds reasonable, but it turns out he's actually of the belief that gender is subjective and fluid.
Well, you think you can change your gender.
But I do think you can change your gender.
Why is it that a cat is too far, but changing my biological reality is not too far?
Bro, what? Okay, you had me in the first half, bruh. You can't change your biology, brother. You can't.
And so that is enshrined in British law for most purposes.
So you think, so for example, I could decide...
is it enshrined in British law? Is this true?
So you're saying a cat is me taking it too far, but I could
It's a different species, so it would be ridiculous any more than you're a pillowbox.
Okay, you can't change your species, but you can change your entire biological makeup. Makes sense.
So you can make up whatever the fuck you want. You can be whatever the fuck you want. As long as you're within the same species, it's fine. So how about trans, like, racialism? What if you're actually like, I'm actually black. Look, I might look white. I might look fair-skinned, but I'm actually black. And it's the same species, so therefore it's okay, right? I guess. You literally cannot, well, you literally fucking cannot be something you aren't. You can think along those lines, believe what you want, but belief doesn't determine reality. If they can't see that, fucking suffer for all I care, but you won't drag us down with ye. True. True. What does the cores guy add? Nothing. Well, here's the thing, Spencer. Warren is technically, he's reacting to the cores guy's video. So, you know, the cores guy doesn't really add much, but technically it's his video. Technically it's the cores guy video, cores guy's video originally. Why is there 3 layers of reacts? It's, I don't know, because Warren's covering someone else's video. I will not misgender the cat. I will not misgender the cat. I will not misgender the cat. You better not. I'll be honest with you, Neko, I'm not certain that's even a real graph, but it caught my attention. Gotcha. I mean, it's probably real. Maybe. I don't know what to believe anymore. Yeah, right? If women had a sense of humor, she would have dressed as a cat and said she identified as a dog. That would have been funny, yeah. I killed a wolf in Vintage Story, and now there's an orphaned wolf pup running around. What the fuck? Why'd you do that? It's fucked up. How dare you? You're a trans black? Yeah, exactly. Vitiligo, Munka Heli watches Wide Peepo Happy smokes while running over civilians of Chicago, and Fat Dank Peepholes also there too. Real. That's a really, I forgot that name of that fucking emote is insanely long. Just look for the primary source at that point. Yeah, but so you want me to react to the cores guy? I could, but like, I don't know. I wanted Top eat it. I wanted to eat it? What? Oh, you wanted to eat the orphan pup? What the fuck? The fuck, bruh?
Identify, as long as it's the same species, you're comfortable that I could identify as that.
And she makes an interesting move here.
So I could identify as a man.
Yes, you can.
Could I identify as a black man?
Then it gets more complicated.
Oh my god. We brought up the race and it, okay, so you want to identify as black? Nope, now it gets more complicated.
Because
no, that would be too far. Well, why? He can't explain why. It just gets...
She should have said, are you saying blacks are a different species? Is this what you're saying, sir?
More complicated. That's how these conversations go.
Transgender is something that is a personal necessity.
What do you mean by a personal necessity? Well, why can't being a black man be a personal necessity?
If it was a personal necessity, how do so many people go through life without ever thinking they're trans? And then also, how did we get through life before we even allowed this stuff? You know, it's clearly not a necessity. Then it becomes ridiculous. It becomes comedic. True.
Who gets to define personal necessity?
Stop there, Edward. If I can change my biological sex, then I can change my race as well. Don't pick and choose now.
If you're trying to change your race, that is a choice, and it also affects another community.
Well, but do you not think that this whole transgender thing affects another community, men, saying that they can be women? Do you not think that the community of women are affected by that?
Well, they are, and that's where we talk about
they are, but who
This is where
cares?
this whole thing crumbles.
But if under the law, a woman can have a penis.
Yeah, I mean,
And the question then is,
Under the law, a woman can have a penis. Does he not? Does he not even remotely consider that strange? How come other countries don't have this personal necessity, right?
That woman should be able to use women-only spaces. I think not, by the way. But the only.
So he thinks that trans women should not be allowed to use women-only spaces. What the fuck is this guy's beliefs? This guy needs to think through his beliefs because they're all fucking disjointed.
Difference under the law is you don't send a trans woman with male genitalia into a women's prison.
Firstly, just because something is law doesn't mean that it makes sense or that it's right. And you know, if
Bro, this is the first time I've seen two women destroying a woke dude. This is not. This is usually the other way around, bro.
the logic is the same. It doesn't matter if you're identifying as a different race or if you're
He
identifying.
sees a black
as
woman
different
talking, and he's like, "I shut up and listen." Based.
species, because the whole point of
He's a
being
bigot. Send him to
transgender
jail.
and having gender dysphoria is the idea that you were placed in the wrong body.
Wow. What? It just fucking cold closes like that? Bruh. Not even like a conclusion. It's just based black women talking. I see. The only reason they bring law into it is to hide behind a shield of impunity so that these creeps claiming that this cannot be criticized and they can demonize people who dare to speak. Yeah. In a sense, bringing up that this is the law is an appeal to authority. Like, it's basically saying the authorities have decided it as such, therefore it is as such. And for you to question it is to question the very law itself. Yeah, nah, that's pretty dumb. Pretty dumb. Terrible video. Yeah, it was not great. It was not great. It's just kind of, look at this dumb event that happened. I don't know. Where was the part where everyone stood up and clapped? Where is the part where it turned out that student, Albert Einstein? I'm disappointed. Shame. They will lean into authority so long as it serves their goal, but then call them fascists when they say no. Yeah, true. When appealing to men again. We know this already, really. True. All right, hold on. I'm gonna, all right. Oh, I already missed the ad break, but whatever. I'll take a quick break and I'll come back and then we will watch another video. The student was later stabbed by a Sikh with a ceremonial blade. I read about that. That's fucked up. That shit was fucked up. Ad breaker, yeah. The laws made by men, they are misogynist for appealing to it. True. Real. Fucking misogynist. Anyway, all right, I'll be right back, okay? Uno minuto por favor, okay? 1 sec. BRB. Okay, hello, I am back. Hopefully it wasn't too long. Hopefully it not all disappeared already. Oh, what did I miss? I see Band Man in the Rumble chat. The law is made. Oh, I read that made by men to misogynist. True. Hide and seek, seek and destroy. For fuck's sake, real. Where did he go? I was going to say naughty words. Do not. Give me a break at that Kit Kat bar. Real. Estrogen injection time. Shut up, front. It's not true. I'll just have to use words like b-ball American. Real. You left? Oh well. What the fuck, Kyra? How dare you? Ash baby. Ash baby. Anyway, what do we got? What do we got now? Hold on. Where's the thing? Boop. So, is this about the fucking red button, blue button shit? It is about the fucking red button, blue button shit. Wait, I see Sungrand. Why is Leaflet talking about Sungrand? Bruh. Deported. Deported from Israel. This is one of those times where we could just watch the source video, though. I don't know. And the source video, I bet you anything, source video is like an hour long, right? So we got, all right, we got Asmund reacting to, what's his name? Tyler Oliveira or whatever. Go to the source video. Oh, it's a 6-minute video? Why? Okay, yeah. All right. It's a 6-minute video. The 9-minute video from Asmund covering it. Tyler Olive Oil, yeah, that's his name. True. It becomes a night. It becomes. Do I get more? Would I get more views if I watched Asmund covering it and then put out that, or would I get more views just covering it directly? I have a feeling there'd be more views if I did the Asmund cover thing. But either way, you know, do you do things for views or do you do things for sanity? I don't know. But this is one of those things where, like, Asmund plays both sides. He's like, oh, he's a noticer. Asmund's a noticer. He's noticing. Oh my god. Hey, did you know that if they're black, it's a gang? If they're Italian, it's a mafia. If they're Jewish, it's a coincidence. Oh my god. Ah, they're noticing the noticing. Oh my god. Like, Asmund's so based. Asmund's so based. And then it's like, and then you have Asmund saying, I don't care. No, I support the Iran war. I'm going to ban you if you don't support the Iran war. No, we're going to fight the Middle East war. We just gotta. It's for the Iranian people. Fuck off. All of the right-wing accounts that you saw and I saw, any right-wing accounts that you saw pushing the Iran war, maybe not all of them, obviously, because you have the very out and obvious neocons, right? You have the very out and obvious kosher people, but a lot of these any far right accounts, any accounts that are LARPing as far right that maybe you didn't know were LARPing as far right, maybe you thought they were genuine. The second you see them pushing for a Middle East war, like they'll keep saying beforehand. They'll keep saying like, oh no, I'm noticing. Oh, I see them. Oh, there's Jewish influence on our politics. Oh, this Israeli influence on our politics. This AIPAC stuff. They'll seem super hyper-based. But then the second it actually matters, when it actually fucking matters, they're lockstep with the government pushing in a Middle East war. They're lockstep with the government pushing a Middle East war, pretending like it's for American interests, when it very fucking clearly is not. Asmund's no different. There's a bunch of accounts on Twitter that are no different. They'll pretend they're aware of the Jewish issue, right? And then go and push a Jewish Middle East war. So it's like, okay, so clearly it's not... You can't hold both in your head at the same time. This would be doublethink, would it not? So what's the issue? It's probably they're pretending. They're LARPers. I don't oppose it because it's illegal. No, that's a misunderstanding. Unless you're not saying me specifically. Fuck them all. They can stick their opinions up their rusty fucking bullet hole. Real. To be honest, it would be cool if the US created a false scarcity of oil to control the prices. I don't think that's what's happening, but yeah, I guess it could work. It could be a strat. Controlling the scarcity of oil to control prices is certainly a strat. I don't think that's what we're intentionally doing because it hurts us more than anything else. But I think it looks a lot more like we just kind of fumbled the Strait of Hormuz issue. Is that how you say it? I always feel like an idiot saying it. Every time I have to say Strait of Hormuz, I feel like a fucking idiot. But is that how you say it? Or is it like Hormuz? The fucking Strait of the Hormuz? We sold a shit ton of oil when the Strait was mined. We're suffering for it. No, we're not. I don't know where you got this idea that we're somehow winning with the Strait. You think it is Hormuz? Hormuz? What about the gaze of Hormuz? The gaze of Hormuz, though. Real. Yeah. Leaflet is kind of in this category. Asmon's in this category. Leaflet's in this category. Kirsha's in this category of people who pushed for, or not. Okay, I'm not gonna say that. I don't think Kirsha, because I don't watch Kirsha, but I don't think Kirsha pushed like it's the Jews at all. In fact, based on the stories I saw from her, she has this real issue with Nazis, based on her upbringing. But she certainly does play the, like, I'm super based, I'm hyper based angle, right? Leaflet does the same thing with the whole I'm hyper based. And then, and Asmon does the same thing, but he takes it a step further. Asmon will literally go into anti-Jewish, like, content and push it. But then when it actually matters, when Israel calls and we come to aid them, suddenly all these people are very much pro whatever the fuck was just asked of us. And they'll try and spin it as being pro-American. Oil prices went up, of course. Because of less oil being sold globally, consumers suffered, yes, but the government made a bunch of money off taxes. And you think that's a good thing? Hey, we all suffered, but the government made a lot of taxes. It's not a good thing. I've heard them say they don't want to be involved in the sand war, so I don't know why you say... Because they pushed for the Iran war. I'm saying they say this. My whole point is, when there is no sand wars happening, they say all this. When there is a sand war happening, suddenly they're all like, we need to do this for America. That's the problem. Is like when it's not important. Yeah, no, the sand wars. No, sand war. No, fuck the sand wars. When it is important, we gotta support our troops. We're gonna go in there. We need to do this for America. It's all for America. No one else. This is purely for American interests. But they said the anti-war. Yeah. Well, I also don't like. I really don't like this false equivalency of like. Well, just glass them both. You know what my decision... You know how I feel about it? They're both bad. And it's like, oh, alright. That's a bit of a cop-out. But yeah. Like, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Both bad, sure. They both don't control our politics. They both do not have anywhere near the same level of influence on our entire political apparatus. You know, it's a false equivalency. Big difference between a forever sand war and a sand war? Not really. What's the difference? Is they tricked you into thinking the sand war is not a forever sand war. The difference between a forever sand war and a sand war is you got tricked into thinking they're both not forever sand wars. Whole propo mode, I get what Neko means. What's propo? Oh, you mean propaganda? Yeah. Knuckles. I think it was dumb of Trump to say no new wars, though. If these conflicts are swift, I don't have an issue, to be honest. I don't want to have in 20 years. Even if it was swift, we shouldn't even be in there. We shouldn't be like, okay. It's much more easier to excuse if they're swift. It's like saying, like, I don't know, hey, I can kick your ass, or I can like just give you a little bop on the nose. I can like punch you one in the nose and it's over. Or I can like, you know, beat you up over the course of like 15 minutes. Like, I still don't want the bop to the nose. Is it easier to excuse? Sure. Both suck, though. Afghanistan was way worse than Vietnam. Well, I never really looked at the numbers on that, but probably. I don't doubt it. Anyway, that's my opinion. That's my opinion. You don't have to agree with me. It's okay. It's just so cope, though. It's so cope. It's all, you're 100% pulling things you heard, like, leaflets say. I'm all for us testing toys that we've developed for the past decade. I.e. doing wars for, like, no reason. Doing Israel's bidding but pretending it's for our help. Like, it's doing Israel's bidding but pretending it's because we want to test our toys. Doing Israel's bidding but pretending it's actually for America. Doing Israel's bidding but pretending we're helping liberate the Iranian people. Doing Israel's bidding but pretending like it's helping the economy. Like, I think these are all cope. Like, we don't have we can test shit. We have the means of testing shit. We don't need to have a war to test shit. We've been doing it for a while. From what I've been hearing, they were preparing to build a nuke and fill the skies with drones to make a future occupation possible. Who knows what's true? That's not exactly the truth. I mean, the entire engagement is because Israel's scared, or Israel's been saying for decades, for maybe even a century at this point, but like since the 80s at least, maybe even before that, Israel's been saying Iran is like weeks away from getting a nuke. Iran's building a nuke. Iran's making a nuke. Oh my God, Iran's making a nuke. We can't let them have a nuke. You can look up the fucking headlines. Like, Israel's been saying this for fucking decades. Since before some of you guys were born. Since before I was born. And so they love to do this thing where, like, Iran's like 2 weeks away from a bomb. No. If they were, they would have had it by now. If Israel was telling the truth back then, they would have had it by now. Is Israel telling the truth now? Probably not. Iran utilizes some nuclear energy. They currently have some nuclear energy for their electricity grid. Their electrical grid. They have some interest in having enriched uranium. Now, Israel is saying, oh no, they have the means of enriching uranium. Well, if they enrich it past a certain point, that means they have the pieces for a bomb. Or that if they wanted to, they can conceivably start making one. Despite no evidence that they seek to make one. No evidence that they are making one. They're just saying, well, they could. So they want to preemptively strike them. And destroy any ability they have to enrich uranium. Even if it's just for their electrical grid. Now, the problem is, them doing this is actually giving Iran a reason to have a nuke. Literally, them attacking Iran over enriching uranium is ironically giving Iran justification to get a nuke as a deterrent from future strikes. It's the same reason we're not striking. Like Pakistan has nukes, India has nukes, fucking North Korea has nukes, and then they're not shooting them off all willy nilly, and nobody's taking them over right now. Nuclear deterrence is like an old ass concept that everyone should theoretically understand because it's not that complicated. It's rationalized in their mind because of how terrorists in question are framed, which are due their own criticism, rightfully. But Israel influence in the war and nefarious actions, no doubt, is not beyond critique either. I think I understand. I'm not 100% certain, but I think what you said is accurate. Just because Israel also benefits doesn't mean we don't benefit directly. We don't, though. We don't. You're just reciting everything Leaflet said. This is why I want to glass Israel too. Okay, but first, it's like Israel first, though. It's like if you truly understand, if you truly are like red pilled and you truly understand the control AIPAC has over the U.S., then it's not like I want to get them both at the same time. No, it's like, hey, one is a huge, much huger like threat to America's ability to conduct its own international politics than the other. You heard Iraq has weapons of mass destruction, WMDs. We need to invade it right now. Yeah, invade Iraq right now. And it is funny. It is so funny too that, I mean, a lot of these people are young, maybe too young to remember like the war in Afghanistan, the war in Iraq. They claimed like, oh, they had weapons of mass destruction. They're gassing their own people. None of that turned out true. So it's like you literally have the exact playbook that they're using, exact proof that they will lie just to get into these Middle East wars. And it's like, okay, you know what they do? We can see what they did in the past. We can use that to determine, hey, they might do this in the future. It's not like what I'm saying is crazy, you know? I think we're eliminating leaders, and I think that terrifies other world leaders. I'd rather have world leaders have their own duels and not get cities involved. But it's a sovereign government. We can't. I mean, we can just kill the fucking leader of another government because we don't like them. But guess what? That's not really a good thing to do. What? Like, why are we doing this? Why we don't really have any reason to be interacting with fucking Iran at all. The only reason we're interacting with Iran is because Israel wants us to. Israel's like, hey, we don't like them. And we're like, all right, we'll take care of it. Yeah. Such is the interest of the war machine. Real. They get close. We kill the scientists and destroy the facilities and reset the progress bar. No, they don't. Front Toward, you're so... I'm sorry, but you are very naive. You think Israel's been accurate in assessing that Iran's been close to a nuke since like the fucking 80s? Okay. Yes or no? You think Iran has been close to a nuke since the 80s? And that it's just because we strike them, we're just resetting the bar over and over. Israel isn't the only one guilty of those kinds of things. Maybe because they are in the limelight, we forget how other intelligence agencies set up for conflict. Okay, but we're talking about the fucking Middle East. You're like, other governments do it too. Sure, but this is about the U.S. and the Middle East. This is a very specific like situation we're talking about. That's what you're saying there is whataboutism. You're saying, what about these other things that happen? It's like, okay, yeah, other things happen too. Why is Israel's conflicts in the limelight in regard to U.S. international like relations? Because for some reason, all of the U.S. politicians are controlled by this foreign nation and keep fighting wars that don't really make sense for the U.S. unless you consider the fact that they're being fucking bribed and or blackmailed into supporting this shit. Well, I'm reading front. You gotta consider that I'm reading chat slowly, like as I go down. You gotta consider I'm reading chat as I'm going down. Yeah, you're right. I am reacting 5 minutes later. Sorry, I don't know what you're saying 5 minutes from now, so I don't know what kind of conflict I'm causing here. I am in fact reading slowly. I'll try and read quicker. How many civilian nuclear enrichment facilities are located under several kilometers of mountain? I have no idea. How many? You tell me. Forget or don't know, but Limelight nonetheless. I don't know. I don't understand. They almost did last year. How do you know this? What are you basing this off of? Because what are you going to use? You're using fucking CIA intelligence. The same kind of... You're using the international intelligence, the same intelligence that claimed that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. The same one that said, like, I forget, was it Syria or Afghanistan? They're killing the... They're killing the babies in the incubators or some shit, you know? The same bullshit lies from before. Iran's always shooting missiles willy-nilly, though. Are they? Or are they always in response to fucking being shot at? Pakistanis are notoriously sane and not religious fanatics, by the way. Right? And when they get a nuke, we bomb them again. Well, theoretically we would, I think, but that's where it becomes a lot more questionable, right? For all we know, they have a nuke. I don't think they do, and I think even the US and Israel will both suggest they don't currently. But it's possible they do have a nuke. Maybe they have like a couple, but they're not going to unveil that yet. They're not going to use that yet if they actually do. There's no reason to like throw off one. Pakistan and India almost nuked each other not too long ago. Having increased tensions, I would not equivalent to almost nuked each other. Because you can, by the same metric, you can say the US and Soviet Union almost nuked each other, right? By the same metric, you can say North Korea almost nuked South Korea. Yet all these other places are allowed to have nukes, though. Why is it okay for them to have nukes? Front towards is like... Front towards, you're making this really tough. Bro, are you like 20? And you want to say like... You want to act like you know, what, international politics more than I do? Bro has never heard of the Cuban Missile Crisis. I've been knowing it longer than you've even been out of high school, probably. We don't benefit from Iran unless we control all their oil flow and trade. I mean, yeah, the oil could feasibly be a benefit. You're not void-pilled enough to see past it all? What does that mean? Void-pilled? Explain the void pill. That doesn't happen? Yeah, it's not going to be... It's extremely unlikely that's going to happen. What would be the difference between doing Israel first and then doing them both at the same time? The difference is that you're getting your priorities straight. Like, the difference is I can tell you where your priorities lie. If you're going to pretend like, oh, they're the same, I get them both. It's like, okay, then you're putting them on some sort of equal platform, and they're not. What you mean that doesn't happen when all this started? I'm saying... Almost, it's how do you measure almost nuked each other? How do you measure almost nuked each other? Because there's many nations that are allowed to have nukes that quote-unquote almost nuked each other. Forgo your point of view in light of evidence to the contrary or double down. Is that the void pill? We did kill the Iranian leader and it did nothing. We literally have to do a genocide. Yeah, it's to the point where... And it's funny because... Asman was pushing that we're liberating the Iranian people. He even had that like viewer. He was watching a viewer's videos. This viewer was talking about their perspective as an Iranian citizen and how the Iranian people want regime change or whatever. And it seems more and more likely that we're not going to get any sort of significant difference out of Iran without like going really fucking hard against them. Like not like literally another like Afghanistan kind of thing. It will probably require boots on the ground to actually fucking, like, topple Iran. And that would be a fucking hellish war there. The question is, does America have the appetite for it? And like, because I have a feeling if Trump did that, that would probably be the end of Trump. I mean, he's a lame duck anyway right now, but I mean, like, his legacy, his legacy, anyone he decides to promote next is done for. The reason the previous Sand Wars were a slog is because soldiers were hamstrung with the rules of engagement. They were hamstrung with the rules of engagement. The more you talk, the more I feel like you don't know what you're talking about. So you're saying we should break the rules of engagement? So you're saying we should shoot unarmed people? The reason the Sand Wars were a slog is because we weren't shooting unarmed people. Hmm. 2 weeks. 2 weeks from now. I said Limelight nonetheless. It helps compare. I don't know. The problem, Band of Man, is your comments are so far apart that I'm not connecting them. I'm not understanding with the speed in which I'm reading this and the separation between your comments. It's not making sense to me. Not saying you're not making sense, but maybe it's my fault. Iran has been no closer to a nuke now than 10 years ago. Exactly. That's my point. I am, in fact, yeah, I'm reacting to you 5 minutes ago. 7 minutes ago, apparently. After Iran, UK will be the second biggest terror threat. Will it? Are you making a joke about how many Muslims exist in the UK? I enjoy a little fire and conflict. I see. That was in regards to India and Pakistan nuking each other. That they were close, I guess. How do terrorists feed their children? Here comes the airplane, and here comes the second one. That's kind of funny. That is kind of funny. Iran won't have a nuke until conveniently it's time for a ground invasion. Yeah, exactly. That would be like, I'm sorry, American people, but the time has come. We have word that Iran has a nuke, and we have to act exceedingly quickly. Therefore, this is extenuating circumstances, so therefore we have to do a ground invasion. Yeah, I could see them doing that. It would be wild if any world power used a nuke on another. That would be pretty wild. Agreed. We'd be glass. Maybe. Well, parts of the world will still survive. It just won't be pleasant. I'm maybe 4 years older than you. Oh, I guess I don't know how old you are. Maybe you're right, but I don't know. That wasn't even a nuclear launch crisis. We didn't want them there. Wait, are you talking about the Cuban Missile Crisis? Iran compared to Pakistan, run by fundamental Islamic ideas, thinking they would fire a missile out of revenge for some sort of grievance is ignorant. Iran compared to Pakistan, run by fundamental Islamic ideas, thinking they wouldn't fire a missile out of revenge for some grievance is ignorance? Why? How is it ignorant? What do they have to gain from that? Like, if they're just some sort of crazy people, why haven't they just gung-ho just fucking ground invaded fucking Israel by now? If we nuked Israel, Iran would be chill. True. These pricks will kill anyone they felt like went against them. And then why haven't they then? They'll still be blown up at the end. Would it matter at that point? It would matter, because it's a hypothetical. We're not talking about actually, like, when someone says, you need to glass them both, I choose both, we got to do both, you know. We're not, this is not an actual fucking military command. This is clearly a hypothetical. So what's the point of a hypothetical question? It's to determine your priorities. There's no other purpose other than to determine your priorities, determine what's important to you, how you feel about a situation. So when someone says Iran versus Israel, and you're like, well, get them both. It's like, okay, then that's a non-answer. It's basically a non-answer. In essence, you're just saying, I don't care. I'm of the belief only America should possess nukes. If nukes are what they are, maybe America shouldn't even. But yeah, I guess I can understand that idea. Iran is justified in killing the U.S. president because libtards protest again. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing I brought up before. Is like one of the justifications for what we're doing in Iran that Asmund Gold pushed was that the Iranian people want liberation. Look at these people in Iran who are they want their government gone. And it's like, okay, what percentage of Iranians is that? What percentage? Is it like 50%? It's certainly not over that, right? So, saying we need to assassinate members of the Iranian regime, aka government, because half the country doesn't like them, is very much akin to we need Russia to assassinate the U.S. president because liberals hate Trump. Look at the liberals protesting in the streets right now. Look at all these liberals protesting in the streets. Half of America doesn't like Trump. Therefore, it's justifiable if a foreign power decides to take him out. No, that's stupid. That doesn't make any sense. But that's basically what they're saying. That's basically why they're saying we should go into Iran and do that. It's the same shit. I'm at the point where I think UK shouldn't have nukes. Yeah, I get that. I fully get that one. Iran used to be sovereign. They can't have that again, but they are surrounded by other Islamic groups with their own ends. No doubt military has tabs on them. Or they can manufacture another crisis. When you say military has tabs on them, which military? People protesting against the Iranian government are all LGBT leftist. Yeah, it's like when you look at these people and they're like, these are the real Iranian people, like it's like the the No True Scotsman or whatever shit. They're like the real Iranians don't like their government. Okay, and how many is that? How many is that actually? I think the majority still are fine. Like the majority are still favorable to their government, or at the very least, the majority is certainly not pro-America, pro-Israel. I think without a doubt, you'd have to be extremely demented to think a majority of Iranians are pro-America or pro-Israel. No way in fucking hell. They get hamstrung. Okay, but that's not why it was that. Whether or not soldiers get hamstrung by the rules of engagement is not why the Middle East wars of the past were such a slog. That's not why. If Iran isn't resolved by the end of the administration, we might get Kamala Nepat Harris in office in 28. There's yeah, I mean we might. I don't know. It's questionable. We'll see. I still don't think Kamala Harris will be the nominee. I mean, it's looking like it so far, but I don't think so. I think Kamala's gonna get fucked if she tries running again. I think she's gonna get fucked in the Democrat primary. Fine, fuck it. What? What was this video again even supposed to be about? Oh, we didn't even start yet. Yeah, this video is about Israel banned Tyler Oliveira. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Oliveira? I don't know. This is about Tyler Oliveira, who did videos before where he was exposing the Somalians in Minnesota, I believe. I think it was Minnesota. He was exposing the daycare fraud, the Leering Center. Same guy, except he was exposing the Jewish community in some other town, I forget where. Now apparently he went to Israel and got kicked out. So that's as far as I know. But yeah, I do think our problems in the Middle East will 100% be utilized as a like a topic of debate in the upcoming presidential election. So that's why they were trying. That's why Vance was trying to hide. Vance was trying to hide for a long while. He didn't want to be seen. Eventually, he came out pretending to be against it all, or at least trying to fight the regime, but ultimately standing in lockstep with Trump. Basically saying, I had my doubts, but I must, you know, support my guy, is I think what he's saying now. But yeah, they know the think tanks, those that are kind of controlling the campaigns, they know that it's poison for the campaign, so they're trying to control the how that looks. I'm in an OSINT server that watches conflicts. If you think you're well informed on it, more than welcome to join and follow it. How does that? Okay. I don't know what you're trying to say. Being a part of an OSINT server that watches conflicts does not make you well informed. Let me just tell you that much. Maybe I'm not saying you're not well informed. I'm just saying I could join a Discord server. Like, I could join a Discord server. Do you think that means I'm well informed? No, right? There's more to it than that. Thinking Iran would ever use a nuke is literally just retarded and can't be reasoned with. Yeah, I would agree. Somewhat. Because fundamental Islam holds a grudge against their enemies. Okay. They wouldn't use a nuke. I'm not saying they would do it. I don't know if they would. I think with their backs against... I think with being, like, close to annihilation, they might. Just like any... here's the thing. I think just like any nation, if their back's against the wall and it's to the point where they're basically on the verge of absolute fucking collapse, where their nation just won't exist, I could potentially see them using it at that point. But it's like, don't do that then if they have a nuke. That means that's more reason for them to have a nuke if we're going to push them there. To that level. Iran has like a million drones. Why not use them to kill a million Jewish people? Well, that's the thing. It's like people are like, the Iranians are crazy people. They're insane religious fanatics. They're crazy. They're just rabid. They're foaming at the mouth to just attack anyone and anywhere. They're fucking volatile. They're hostile. They are not rational whatsoever. And yet, they're not randomly attacking people. And yet, when they do fire missiles, they warn people saying, hey, we are firing the missiles here in reaction to being fired upon by Israel. They are, like, maybe you can argue they're not as rational, but to argue there are people without any sort of rationality is just, that's propaganda. Because if they didn't have any rationality, why wouldn't they just all of them, all at once, just fucking go on a suicide fucking mission for their god? They're religious fanatics. The entire people just get up and do a religious fucking, like, suicide mission and then march down towards Israel. Why don't they do it? Because they have a shred of rationality. They fired drones at every civilian target they could hit when the war kicked off? Proof? Where's the proof of that? They stopped launching drones when we took air superiority because every time they launched, these are... No, they targeted the fucking U.S. military bases. Most of the drones were intercepted by either U.S., Israel, or SA, Saudi Arabia. Irish military for one tabs on Lebanese ties, Houthis, UK military, joint operations. Peacekeeping isn't just peacekeeping, it's keeping intel on movements. And yeah, sure, true. Good night, Albino. What? Welcome, Promised Milk. Are you talking to Albino? Is he even still here? Oh, you're seeing like the really old like YouTube message still there. I thought you always said no politics. When did I say this? That's not me. I've never said this. Newsom is basically shooing it. That's what I think. I think Newsom is going to be the candidate. I could see Kamala basically maybe being like, it's entirely possible Kamala ends up being like vice president, but she's kind of poisoned. The problem is because of her performance last election, she is a bit of a poison pill. So I could see them avoiding her altogether. I do think Newsom is the go-to. Ew, it could be Newsom, yeah. Kamala would make enough campaign funding with an OnlyFans. Actually, you know what? It's probably going to be Newsom, and I could see an AOC vice president. I could easily see them doing AOC vice president, or maybe even, who else? Bruh, who is it? I'm blanking on a name. Who's the old guy who says, I'm once again asking for your money, basically? He could be the vice president. They might have him, with Newsom being the president. Without the depth of the inner workings of the groups involved in the Iran conflict and the geopolitics about it, people just have shallow opinions. Fair enough. Have your opinion. No one gives a fuck. What happens is real. What you think should happen is not. What happens is real. What you think should happen is not. Okay. That sounds like hope. What happens is real. What you think should happen is not real. What? Like, what? Okay. Well, okay. What happens is real is a useless thing to say, because that's saying things that happen are real. Yeah, okay. I agree. Things that happen are real. Agreed. What you think should happen is not real? What does that even mean? Because it's a real opinion. Things that I think should happen are that's under the category of opinion, right? And opinions are real. You can have opinions that are real opinions, right? I don't know. That's your view. Neko, are you jealous that you aren't in the OSINT server? No, not really. Iran war will be over before the end of the year. Dems will run Kamal and loose to Vance. Thus will Neko be forced to react to my snowboarding video as I'm proven correct about everything. No. Well, I could still react to the snowboarding video, but Iran war being over before the end of the year might be true, but not in the way you think. You didn't really state how you think, but I think you're implying that we're gonna have the regime change. We're gonna be on the winning side of that. I have a feeling it might be over in the sense that we end up backing off. It might be over in the sense that we end up backing off in order to get like the strait reopened and all that. We might. It's entirely possible. The end of it is that we have this kind of like lame agreement that creates a temporary like peace there for like at least through the midterms. 100%, it's not going to get to the midterms. If it gets to the midterms and we're still in the Iran thing, Republicans are extra fucked. More than they already are. I don't... Like, Kamal's 100% going to be running in the primary. I don't see her getting to the end of the primary. Especially when Newsom is the other primary candidate. Now, Vance is the obvious favorite right now for the Republican Party. But Vance has a lot of fucking baggage as well. So they might run Vance. I think running Vance would be a big mistake. But I don't know. We'll see how that comes out. Don't put your enemy on the death ground. What does that mean? Don't put your enemy on death ground. Sun Tzu. OSINT is better measure of the conflicts ongoing than Twitter, news, or ordinance are being used. Which groups are doing what? Statements cross-examination. I think OSINT servers are probably just people who are just kind of like filleting each other, honestly. But I don't know. I haven't been in there. It sounds like... It's like... I think the OSINT server is probably just a slightly more sophisticated Twitter fucking group. It's probably just a... It's probably like just like the fucking 4chan forums where they're just posting like, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this, and then people still have their opinions. It's the same shit. People still have their opinions. They just want to be able to pretend they have more better educated opinions. I don't give a fuck, though. Just saying there's more to know. I don't know enough. I don't claim to. Okay. Fair enough. And I'm not claiming I know everything either. I'm just saying, I'm literally giving my opinion. That's it. I'm just saying this is how I think, because this is my platform. I'm saying this is how I think. This is my thoughts. Iran is rational when it's convenient, and insane fanatics when it's or also when it's convenient. Yeah. Unlike everyone else. Wait. You don't claim to know, unlike everyone else. I mean, there are a lot of people who claim to know a lot. Yeah. Let me respond so you can read it in 10 minutes and forget what I was responding to. That's, yeah, that is a problem, I know. What happens in the real world is real, and what you think should happen is not real. No, that's what I read, though. That's what I already read. It doesn't make sense to me. What happens in the real world is real. Yeah, so, like, things that physically happen are real. Agreed. That part's fine. I agree with you. Things that happen in the real world are real. No confusion there. What you think should happen is not real. In the sense that thoughts are in your head, I guess, but I don't know. It sounds to me like a kind of like a useless statement, I guess. I don't know. What happens is real. Uh-oh. Shouldism? Shoulda, woulda, coulda? It can determine the outcome, but it doesn't always result in the outcome you think should happen. I feel like this. Just be straight up with me. I feel like you're giving me flowery language. You're basically saying your opinion doesn't matter, which you might be saying that, and you're probably right if you're saying that. I'd still be right either way about it not being a forever war. Well, define forever. Neko, if the Democrats win the next election, will you take HRT? No. He's been on it. That's why he argues like a woman. What the fuck? An OSINT server sounds like dudes who take airsoft too seriously. Kinda. People have their opinions, but objectively, that's their. What's there is there regardless. Yeah, I think I agree. Forever means 27 years and 7 months. It's the longest. Well, no war has been a forever war by that metric. I've been talking too long. I've been stuck in this endless loop of responding to chat 10 minutes late. It's my fault, I know. Sounds like. Sounds like? What? Oh, you see, with the OSINT Discord thing. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. People can think Iran is going to nuke America, but the reality is they won't. Yeah, but it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, what you think on something doesn't matter, basically, is what I think is a, I don't know. I think a rational way to kind of simplify what he's saying is real, thoughts aren't real. Or, you know, what you think about it doesn't matter, real is real. And it's like, yeah, real is real. Okay, useless statement, I think. But your thoughts don't matter. Yeah, true. But we're here to talk about it. We're here to talk about our thoughts, though. I don't know. Bundle of sticks. Real. You hear that, promised? I just think it's, I don't know. I would argue the server sounds to me, I would think like in practice it sounds more sophisticated, but, or sorry, in theory it sounds more sophisticated, but in practice it's akin to talking about the war on 4chan probably. It is what it is regardless of what you think should happen, not in respect to the thoughts aspect, has no effect on what's happening or will happen other than views on it. Yeah. Doesn't matter, fuck me, move. Alright, yeah. I think we agree on that matter. I think we agree in that regard, sure. But yeah, I am spending way too much time on this. My bad. Perspective. How can our ears be real if our eyes aren't real? That's a good point. Wait. Front, did you ever post that snowboarding video? Did you put that in Reacts already? Anyway, alright, I'm going to look at this Asmongold video, though. I was going to watch, so I feel like I should watch it. At least get through it. It's a short one. Well, the Tyler video is also a short one. This is from May 16th? Bruh. Oh, that was 2 days ago. I was thinking like, this is ancient. This is news from 2 days ago. Okay. It's in shills? Oh, okay. Not in reacts, it's in shills. Don't worry, whenever I bring it up, I'm memeing. I see. Alright, well, that's okay. I mean, I'm kind of curious on what it is, but like what happens in, I mean, I know it's snowboarding. But alright, I got you. No worries. And I also want to say, look, we disagree, and that's okay. I don't have any animosity towards any of you. I didn't mean to insult or belittle any of you, Band the Man, or Front Towards, or whoever else I was talking to. I forget who else was there. I see 6, they see 9. But what they don't realize is, I don't know. It's actually 69. Yeah, I get you though. Perspective. Yeah, you have animosity towards me, promised. I know you do. How can our eyes be real if our... Wait. How can what we see be real if our eyes aren't real? What's the original? It's also... Yeah, Bandaman also, I understand... Well, Bandaman and Front Towards, it's not... Like, I'll acknowledge that it's not an equal platform in the sense that... Obviously, like, when I went up to argue with... and I'm not saying I'm akin to Asmon, but I'm saying... When you're the guy in audience trying to argue with the streamer, it's not a balanced, like, it's obviously not a balanced, I don't know, field, you know? I still enjoy the stream. I just take your opinions on Aryan War seriously as I would your opinions on swimming. Fair enough. Well, I mean, that's okay. The stream is primarily for entertainment. So it's okay. I understand this is not the, you know, clearly this is not the place to go for like super serious opinions. I mean, you can't, if you want to, that's fine. These are my actual opinions. So if people want to take my actual opinions, that's fine. But yeah, it's, I'm an entertainer at the end of the day, basically. How can mirrors be real if our eyes aren't real? I see. That's the original. Okay. Bro. Mirrors are crazy, though. Anyway. The issue is people are believing propaganda that straight up contradicts the other propaganda. They also believe it just makes no sense. Yeah, I would agree in that, I don't know. I feel like, my personal opinion, I feel like I'm pointing out obvious stuff. I feel like I'm just seeing obvious stuff. Everyone thinks it's so complicated. It's like, it's the same shit we saw before happening again. We've seen this happen time and time again. They're not really hiding it that well. It's kind of like obvious what, like, it's obvious what everyone intends to do, what everyone's saying, and the kind of the propaganda shit that's being pushed. But, I don't know. I'm also probably not the best messenger either way. I thought Neko innately couldn't swim, you know? What do you mean innately? I mean, I can't swim. Unga Bunga Tribe thinks A. Ongo Bongo Tribe thinks B. Chunga Wunga thinks C. What it turns out to be is D, though, right? That is essentially the, Are you calling me black, promised? Because, you know... Yeah, fundamentally, that's why perspective, why different people have conflict, why conflict exists. Beyond just you have what I need. Most of us millennials were one shot by Afghanistan and can't comprehend an efficient military. I think, honestly, our military is not efficient, though. I mean, it's probably more efficient than, like... The problem is, compared to many others, we're still the top. But, like... I think we're not as efficient as we... I don't know, present ourselves as. Which, I mean, that's not a terribly controversial statement. Like, hey, we present ourselves as the peak military, and hey, our military isn't quite as perfect as it maybe as it could be. I don't know. I honestly think being one-shot, quote-unquote, by Afghanistan, I think the problem is a lot of us weren't one-shot by Afghanistan, in the sense that that would have given us better insight to judge the fact that, hey, these stupid foreign wars are retarded and we shouldn't do them. But not enough millennials were one-shot by that. All the millennials who went through that period and like, they went through Middle East war bad, George Bush bad, they went through all this shit, and they can all agree with that, but then they go through the same thing again, but later as an adult, and they're like, oh, this is entirely new to me. What? I have completely different thoughts about this thing that's entirely different from the thing that I saw before. It's not different. You know, it's spoiler alert, it's not that different. It's fundamentally the same idea, and you're just falling for it. As long as there are two people on Earth, someone is gonna want someone else dead. True. Wonder why armies do that? Puff their chest out, say we are the best, all because it hides whatever weakness they would. I mean, yeah, it's true. Every military does that to some extent, or at least, obviously, like every government has a vested interest in doing that. Sure. As long as they pick up as long as they can pick up rocks, there was war. There will always be war. Wars changed. Wait, which one? Which one's a false statement? The rocks and the war one? Yeah, but I want to be on the winning team. We're on the winning team, but our team keeps doing random stupid shit that it doesn't need to. It's like if your team was winning and they're like, hey, you know what we could do? What if we just started fighting fights we didn't need to fight? That actually didn't really benefit us. It doesn't really benefit us to do this fight. That's, I guess, what I'm arguing. Either way, okay. Alright. There will always be war, rather, this one. For as long as humans could pick up rocks, there was war. You saying that one's better? The picking up rocks one? I mean, I think to be war, it kind of needs factions. That's the thing, is like, war kind of implies factions, right? So you need more than just a couple people. Like, 2 people fighting is not a war. 4 people fighting is not a war. At what point do you call it a war? I don't really know. Fuck, I'm not paying attention to this one. As long as there are 2 people on Earth, everyone else is gonna want someone else dead. What? Cairo, I don't know what you're saying. We need to have more domestic focus, of course. That's my opinion is on we should be more isolationist. Not saying totally, but we should be a lot more isolationist. And we have too many domestic problems to be trying to solve other people's like international problems. It's a quote from TF2? Oh, okay. Karu, it's from TF2. Bruh. Karu's too young to know what TF2 is. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Okay, I know. I know you know what TF2 is. Anyway, alright. What is this, Ek is by Ankom's Weben in Gideportier na Amerika Wiens Anti-Semitis. Is this like German subtitles? Afrikaans? Oh. Bruh. Why did it oh, because it like starts with A? You speak anti-Semites? Yeah, me too. Where the fuck is oh, can I fucking alphabet here? Did they not put English with the E's? Am I just not seeing it? Estonian. I'm in the translate section, aren't I? I want subtitles. I don't want translations, I just want subtitles. Is it too much to ask? It just straight up doesn't have English subtitles? That's lame. Oh, well, English auto-generator is good enough. Alright. Anyway. For as long as there's been organisms with nervous systems that have been mechanisms necessary for them to adapt, these could be considered conflicts in themselves, struggles for survival, more advanced methods for survival. We recognize its utility in combat for self-defense, like fucking poison or horns for fighting animals. Humans use tools. True. True. Yeah, Adam and Eve were killing each other probably. Well, I think Eve tried to kill Adam, right? Eve kind of fucked up pretty hard. She was. One would be. It would be okay to think that maybe Eve was trying to kill Adam. I think it could be argued that her decision making was so bad. One could argue she was trying to kill Adam. Anyway, all right. Anyway, kill the Muzak. We'll just watch the non-Asmund version. This is shorter anyway. We'll speed them up slightly, very slightly. Can you do like? Oh, you can do like increments of 5. All right. Well, anyway. Adam's sons were Cain and Abel. That's cool. Anyway. Hold on. Alright, we'll react to the video. I got banned and deported from Israel from Tyler Oliveira. It's just a short video, 6 minutes. We'll see what he says. Sounds kind of juicy. Sounds interesting.
Banned from Israel upon arrival and deported back to America for
we got the spooky music.
Anti-Israel content. I flew out of New Jersey on an El Al flight to Tel Aviv
TikTok
on a
spooky
plane with
music.
basically all Jews and had plenty of pleasant conversations and positive interactions on my way there. Believe it or not, a lot of Jews were excited for me to visit their country.
I see.
Where are we headed, boys? Headed to Tel Aviv, baby. Are they gonna let me in? Yes, sir. But of course, I was being tracked the entire time, and
Yes,
photos
sir.
of me circulated in Jewish WhatsApp groups as I
Tyler is on a flight. You guys have got a nice amount of time to corner him and tell him what's up. He should not be allowed entry to Israel as he has one focus, and that is to spread Jew hate. He has no interest in telling the real story of what a beautiful nation we are. Be nice, don't threaten, and give him fire. Come on in, Goyim, right? Well, we'll see what happens.
was asleep in the middle seat of the back of the plane. 12 hours in the middle seat later, I land in Israel and my passport scan says to go find an agent. I'm then
tracking Mossad commentary, tracking the anti-Semite Tyler Oliveira, known for his virulent anti-Jewish content on social media and recently featured on Tucker Carlson's podcast, has now landed in Israel. Deport. Oh, shit.
And brought to the back office where my interrogation begins. I tell him I'm here to enjoy the beaches of Tel Aviv, see some holy sites, and maybe do some street interviews asking some of the world's oldest questions, right? He then asks if I'm here to provoke Jews, if I'm hiding anything, if I'm anti-Semitic. I tell him no, obviously. The agent then goes like,
yeah, right, gets full out.
This is Israel. As if I said, yeah, I'm anti-Semitic, that would somehow go over well upon arriving to Israel. But I tell him no, I'm not. I don't hate anyone, and I don't. He proceeds.
Come on now, you fly to Israel, and they're like, hey, you can be honest with us. Do you hate Jews? No one, not a single fucking person with a shred of intelligence would ever say yes in that situation. Not a single person. No one's going to answer yes to that question. If you do, I don't know what to tell you. Not hating Muslims is illegal in Israel. Potentially.
To watch my videos about the Hasidic Jewish communities in upstate New York and New Jersey, where I examine how they use welfare to afford 7 to 10 kids. I try to explain the nature of the videos, and he eventually tells me to go sit down while they deliberate my fate. About 30 minutes later, he tells me to come back in the room and states that he's spoken to his higher-ups and that I've been denied entry into Israel due to anti-Semitic or anti-Israel content. I'm then handed a paper that I have to sign, which falsely claims that I've attempted to illegally immigrate to Israel, which is obviously bullshit, and I assume was done.
Wait, was he even trying to immigrate? He wasn't trying to immigrate, though. Or are they using that term to also mean just come in temporarily?
To prevent me from re-entering Israel for as long as legally possible, despite him telling me the real reason was due to anti-Semitic content. In fact, I checked Twitter.
Does Israel have any sort of quote, unquote, freedom of speech laws? I have a feeling the answer is no. So like that's the thing is you have Americans traveling abroad and they don't seem to be conscious of the fact that not like most countries don't have freedom of speech. So you say the wrong thing in the wrong country and you could be fucked. You can be fucking yourself really hard. Not every country's gonna, give you some leniency just because you're American and dumb. So.
And see that Israel's Minister of Diaspora and Combating Anti-Semitism is retweeting an Israeli news article that claims Tyler Oliveira, the Jew-hating YouTuber, is expelled from Israeli border on the orders of the Israeli minister. The fuck? He then quote
only U.S. does, yeah. Even some places don't allow hand gestures the same. Take things as insults. True. Well, it's like you can be American, and well, I guess if you were to, I don't know, a Sieg Heil, right, in America. It's not illegal as far as I'm aware, but you might get some, you might get attacked, you might get some bad looks. You do that in Germany, though, it is actually legal. You will be imprisoned.
I'm proud to have denied entry to Israel today to an unfortunate YouTuber who is using the harassment of Jews as a way to get clout on social media. Furthermore, let this be a lesson to all Jew haters and supporters of BDS. Whatever that means.
BDS?
Now, for a second, imagine if me criticizing welfare use in black communities in America somehow got me banned from countries in Africa. Or the welfare users in Appalachia somehow got me banned from Europe. This exception only seems to exist when it's regarding Jews. So I tell the agent, man, it's a shame I can't visit the biggest democracy in the Middle East. And he goes, well, maybe you can visit Afghanistan. They confiscate my passport, take me to a brief holding room.
Maybe you can visit Afghanistan? Is that the biggest democracy in the Middle East? Is Afghanistan a democracy now? In name at least?
With a bunch of Filipinos,
Probably,
and then tell me I have a flight out at midnight, which is like 8 hours later. Now, it's clear to me at this point that the unspoken strategy is they want the accusations of anti-Semitism they hurl at people like me to eventually become true, to then justify their very accusations. But the problem is, there is no hatred in my heart, only a resolve to see things as they are. So try to answer this. Why am I, as an American, not allowed to question my fellow Americans who happen to be Jewish and how our collective tax dollars are being spent in America? And why, if my videos happen to involve Jewish people, am I now labeled a Jew-hating anti-Semite, while our greatest ally, Israel, that is the single largest recipient of American foreign aid in our history, then deports me, while their government officials publicly paint a target on my back while I'm still in their country?
Yeah, it's kind of fucked. They're extremely quick to deport one white guy, but it takes every other country decades to deport enough people. True. I mean, that's the thing is most countries can deport one, like, they'll deport white people pretty easily. They don't seem to have an issue with deporting white people. It's only ever when they have to deport brown people that suddenly there's a big problem and it's backed up and they got all these legal issues and they can't do it and their hands are tied. We can't do it. They just got to let them stay here. If they're a white person, they're like, oh, no, get the hell out. Your tour guide in Germany basically said doing the Hitler salute probably won't get tourists put in jail, but probably a bad idea to do it. Oh, well, I'd say it's probably certainly a bad idea to do it. And, because the probably won't go to jail is, it depends on do you want to risk that, I guess.
Adjusting for inflation, U.S. aid to Israel from 1951 to 2022 totaled $317 billion, making it the largest recipient of American foreign aid since World War II. But fun fact, we don't even have a formal mutual defense treaty with Israel.
And it's funny is those billions of dollars don't even necessarily include the benefits of, like, it doesn't, it's all it's doing is calculating the monetary benefit that we sent, direct monetary benefit. It does not include, like, the military benefits they receive from us. The military actions we take on behalf of them. It doesn't include any of those other things.
Yes, our greatest ally is not
pure
even
monetary
technically
value,
our
which
ally.
is already
For
insane.
perspective, the U.S. has formal mutual defense treaties with all 32 NATO members, Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand, the Philippines, Thailand. And these treaties legally obligate the U.S. to come to their defense if attacked and vice versa. The obligation is a two-way street, but not with Israel. In summary, we've given Israel...
What does Israel have as the Samson option? Which says, hey, if we are going to go down, we're taking the U.S. with us. Muscle memory, waving down a taxi wouldn't help. That would be pretty bad. Yeah, you got to be careful. True.
Over $300 billion in cumulative aid, we vote UN resolutions to shield them from international law.
Oh, white people are the biggest proponents of that imbalance. It's fucking yeah, it's often European nations that'll do that, where they'll be willing to fucking deport white people just on a dime, but then at the drop of a hat, or whatever the fuck kind of metaphor I'm trying to use here. But with it's brown people, they're just, no, can't do it. Can't do it. It's too complicated. It's too many laws. The laws protect them. We can't do it. Hands are tied.
All the time. We provide them with the most advanced weapons on Earth, and American troops die in conflicts to uphold Israeli interests, all without a formal obligation for Israel to defend the U.S. No treaty, no legitimate alliance, no defense commitment. So, they'll take our money, they'll let our soldiers die to eliminate existential threats to Israel, but I'm the second coming of Hitler if I get on a plane to visit the country that's the largest recipient of foreign aid that my tax dollars go towards. I get deported and called a Jew hater by Israeli officials for what? Looking for the truth? Is that illegal in Israel, the biggest democracy in the Middle East? I've referred...
Fun fact, it's not a democracy, I guess. It's on paper, I guess it might be, but in reality, no. No. You don't have freedom of speech in Israel.
From exploring this topic to the degree in which it deserves, because I wanted to first report on important topics, boots on the ground in Israel, before I was inevitably banned.
And then the thumbnail pops up, like this thumbnail.
Effectively perma-banned from entering. I think it's time.
It's kind of funny.
How a small country of about 10 million people.
Hey, I'm an innocent person. I just want the truth.
Foreign policy
and then this thumbnail pops up. It's funny. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean he's not. I mean, he's clearly like baiting. It's very clear like clickbait with the thumbnails. But yeah, that's funny. It's kind of fucked. But I mean, I think he fully expected this. I think the whole point is he fully expected this to happen, and he knew this would be good. Like, this would be good. I don't know. Good video stuff for like this would be a good video. He knew this would make great content. He had a strong feeling that they wouldn't let him in, and he knew if I try to go in and they kick me out, that's great content for me to make a video about. Which, I mean, that doesn't mean he's wrong, but it's like, okay, well, what did you expect, basically? What did you think was going to happen? Anyway, what the fuck is this thing? The internet turned against them. Exposed. Look, he's using his hand on the guitar. Exposed. Scammer has to expose his face or lose his laptop. Over GTA 6 bros. If Nick went to Israel, I wonder if they would straight up kill him. I feel like I don't know if they would do. I don't think they would straight up kill him because it would be too obvious. I don't know. I feel like he would be taken to a back room and we might not see him for a long time. I feel like what would happen is like he would probably if he even makes it, even if they even let him fly there, right? They have a strong feeling that they would stop him before he even flew there. But if for some reason he was able to fly in, I think at the airport, before he can leave the airport in Israel, they would take him aside. Like the airport security, whatever agents they might have there, will take him aside, interrogate him, and who knows how long he'll be kept there, and it'll probably be a while before you see him again. They put him in the back rooms. He's gonna no-clip into the back rooms. Ah! Not just the back rooms, the Israeli back rooms. That's even worse. Yeah. But I think ultimately they'll let him go. But I have a feeling they're gonna... He'll be shooketh. I think they'll fucking put the scare in him, or try to. Whether it will work is another question, but... I would fully see them trying to, like, use their power to put the scare in him, if possible. Having to go, play softly through the walls. Creepy. Avanagila, I think, right? I don't know. Hantavirus situation is insane. Oh, that's 7 days ago. Bro, what even is this? That's a face. I don't know who this is, but... Epic merch. I'm having fun making AI covers of Men Against Time songs. Interesting. Well, who's Men Against Time? I've watched too many Asmon streams to be able to spell correctly. Wait, oh, I see. Did it rot your brain a little bit? A little bit of brain rot? Sane Teito edition? Nice. That sounds cool. Are you using Suno? Alright, we gotta... Well, I'm cutting it. I've been going a little long today, actually. I didn't realize what time it was. No, I guess we'll do like one more. Question is, which one? What will piranha acid dissolve? Getting to that tree in Subnautica 2. They actually responded. Planetronica. The fuck is Planetronica? These recommendeds kind of suck. Alcohol or THC, which is worse? The game you can't fail. I should not have liked the world's first smart home. Why not? Sub Africa. Bedroom Basis, Davey 504, finally plays on the streets of Japan. What is he wearing? What is he wearing in this picture? Why does it look like he's got like a hijab on? I don't know. We can finish with some cop slop, I guess. Where's some good cop slop? I thought we had one, right? Here's a good one. 4-year-old reveals great grandpa's disgusting secret. Did you see the new helmets? Whose new helmets? In Subnautica? I think I sell them. The ones that have like the see-through face, I guess? Is that the one? Anyway. Subtitles on. Oh, wait, no. Ewu has auto-generated. Like, they already have subtitles on there. Alright. Okay. I think we're good. Anyway. Alright, we got another video from Ewu Bodycam called 4-Year-Old Reveals Great Grandpa's Disgusting Secret. Let's see what it is.
How can I help you?
I mean, hopefully we don't have to see it.
A family is left devastated when a little girl's horrifying revelation leads to the arrest.
They kind of gave it away right away.
But what he tells detectives will prove to be worse than anything they imagined.
My grandson's gonna hate me.
The following is based on official police records released to date, and the footage has never been seen before until now.
Whoa.
In 2025, a 4-year-old girl shocks her parents when she alleges that her great-grandfather, Michael Brenton, behaved inappropriately with her while he was babysitting.
Okay, so we just know immediately.
Months. After learning more about the full extent of the allegation, they decide to report Michael.
How's it going? Are you Michael?
Yeah.
Oh no, his truck says come to Jesus. Well, Jesu. I mean, I assume there's an S on the other side.
Hang on, I'm coming. Yeah, no worries.
You have a nice house.
Oh, it was supposed to be as its flaws. How can I help you?
Michael, you're going to be placed under arrest for assault of a child.
A what?
Assault of a child.
sexual assault on a
Michael is
child.
promptly cuffed and transported away from the home he shares with his wife Bonnie and her grandsons. Due to the time frame of the allegation, detectives were unable to complete a SANE kit to collect DNA evidence, leaving...
Did it say that? Wait, did it just say that the? If I go back, can I go back? I'm messing with the audio here. It looked like it was saying that the crimes happened in 1990. Am I seeing that right? Hold on. Maybe I missaw.
Wife Bonnie and her grandsons. Due to the...
Like it looks. Oh, this is date of birth. Never mind. Sorry. Complainant. Okay. Or mentioned. I thought they were saying the crime happened in 1992, 1993. I was like, what? That's a long time ago. I see. Anyway. Okay. Never mind.
Time frame of the allegation, detectives were unable to complete a SANE kit to collect DNA evidence, leaving them to piece together what transpired through interviews with the victim and Michael himself.
I work in the detective bureau, in our sensitive crimes unit or special victims team. I specialize more so in crimes against kiddos.
Crimes. All right. I feel like that's the inappropriate time to say kiddos. I specialize in the crimes against kiddos. Bro, can you just be professional and say kids? Kiddos, kids, juveniles. You ate a wavy cap mushroom in Vintage Story and now you're incredibly high off your ass? Damn. Damn. Is it like Yoshi's Story? Or Yoshi's Island, I mean? I investigate the rape of kiddos. I investigate crimes involving small beans. Damn. I mean, it's not fun. Like, it's a horrific topic, but it is kind of funny, I guess. Just, why do you say it like that, bro? Just be serious. This is a serious topic. Be serious.
What? Kids, juveniles. So, you are in custody.
Right.
From my understanding, you would like to speak to me?
Well, they asked me if I would talk.
Yeah.
But then the attorney said not to talk.
Okay.
So how much do you want?
Bro. So, bros, well, okay, we are, as usual, we already know if you're at this point, you're probably retarded. But bro literally just said, my attorney said I shouldn't say anything. But what do you want to talk about? What?
I would just like to speak with you. Are you now willing to answer questions or make a statement?
Yeah. I have a question.
You're telling me you said...
I never saw a...
You're telling me you essayed a minor? Thoughts? Right, yeah. What do you think they're going to fucking say? What do you think you have to gain from talking?
A police report. I never saw the accusations.
In a forensic interview, the victim would describe in horrific detail what Papa Mike did to her. In an interview with Michael's wife Bonnie, the detectives state that they were inclined to believe the victim's statements to be true due to the disturbing nature of what she shared.
But if there's no evidence to it.
Well, that's the thing is like, especially if it's a young kid, right? If what they're describing is so horrific that you're just like, there's no reason to fucking like, there's no reason that a 4-year-old, I don't know what the age was, but would conceive of this without it happening to her, right? It's like this wouldn't be in the mind of a 4-year-old to think of this, their great grandpa doing this. So. So you're charged with rape of a crotch goblin. What the fuck? I hate the people. Well, I don't hate the people. Well, all right. I hate hearing those terms like crotch goblin or whatever. Like the other ones that the people who hate parents kind of use, or they hate children. I guess they don't want to be parents. I hate those terms. They're so bad.
It's kind of just he said, she said. So that's kind of how I took this at first. Like, but the thing is, she's 4 years old.
An ankle biter, damn.
Know stuff like that. Right?
I would say probably not.
We're in the department that cover crimes on ankle biters. We're in the crotch goblin department.
It's probable that she wouldn't know something like that unless if it was true, correct?
Right.
And the fact that she can straight up say to 5 different people that Papa Mike did this, it makes me believe that this probably happened.
Multiple family members and friends would claim in police interviews that Michael never displayed any questionable behaviors prior to the current allegations. The victim's parents, however, would reveal in interviews and victim impact statements that he had behaved inappropriately with several family members in the past, lending further weight to the victim's accusation.
Do you think there would be any reason for her to lie about this or say this?
I know she always likes Papa because she kind of idolizes me because I'll say, "Can Graham have a kiss?" And she'll say, "No, Papa." You know, she kind of sees what kind of reaction she's going to get from me when she don't want to kiss me. But I mean,
That's weird.
I know he just idolizes her. She's just such a cutie.
Yeah, I just love that little gal.
Yeah, she's real cute.
You know how some kids sit in the back seat and go, "Are we there yet? Are we there?"
Oh, yeah.
No, I hear, "Love you, Papa. Love you, Papa."
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Despite Michael and Bonnie's claims, the little girl's parents tell a very different story in their victim impact statements. They allege their daughter was uncomfortable visiting her great-grandparents' home and would ask to leave as quickly as possible. Yet Michael's own account of their time together appears to unfold very differently.
And it makes me feel good that someone loves me like she does, you know.
That's good.
And I'm a big seat. We watch all her YouTube shows, but
This just seems so weird. Okay. There's something wrong with him, clearly. Like, you're being accused. Like, they literally tell you when they're arresting you, you're being charged with sexual assault of a minor. And for some reason you think your attorney says don't talk, and then you go in, you're like, oh, what do you want to talk about? And for some reason you think it's a good idea to just recount stories about, like, man, I love my little girl so much, and she says love you, love you, love you. It makes me feel good that she loves me. It's like, what the fuck are you trying to do, bro? What the fuck do you think is gonna happen? Do you think you're just gonna convince them? A boomer can never resist a conversation, apparently.
if I get up to go to the bathroom, she'll follow me.
Mm-hmm.
So I started shutting the door, and she started opening up the door.
Wait. Whoa. I started getting up to the bathroom. She would follow me. And my next question would be like, do you close the door? Do you keep her out? But he said, I started closing the door, implying that he didn't used to. He didn't used to close the door. He would just pee or whatever with the door open. And then the little girl would follow him in. So he started closing the door. And she started opening up the door. And he's so fucking, like, defenseless. He can't possibly keep the door closed. There's no way. How is he going to stop her? He can't possibly. She's too strong.
Yeah. Then I started locking the door. She wants to pinch my nose and then hold my lips. And she'll do that when we're in the truck waiting for Grandma's bus to come.
Yeah.
So one day she took all of her little meanie babies, whatever they are, and she piled them up on my head, and I'm going, I can't breathe. This ain't good, but anyways, that's sort of where it kind of started.
That's where it kind of...
Mom and Dad found out we're going to get our butts whooped.
Mm-hmm.
But that probably happened all of maybe 6 times, but nothing.
Just like playing stuff.
Yeah.
Michael insists that nothing inappropriate occurred
I
until
don't
recently,
believe
owing to him rarely being alone with her.
Some motherfuckers will not close the door when they pee. I think that's weird. Especially if this kid's in the house. But yeah, I mean, the people who do it, I don't know. Okay. You're alone. You know you're alone in the house. Whatever. Kind of weird, but whatever, right? But you know you're not alone in the house? Okay, fucking close the door, bro. That's weird if you don't. I mean, I do that sometimes, but no kids in my... Well, yeah, it's like... I don't know. If you're comfortable, if you're like kind of comfortable with the people in your home to that level, whatever. Okay. I think it's a little weird, but whatever. It's whatever. If there are kids in the home, you fucking close that door. There's no excuse.
Yet the victim's parents allege in their letters that Michael began manipulating their daughter long before the time frame of the current allegations, detailing changes in her behavior, including frequent nightmares, angry outbursts, and other trauma-related symptoms. They also expressed their belief that she was not his first victim.
Then Jordan moved in, and there was no more playing downstairs because he slept during the day. So it wasn't downstairs time again until like 4 weeks ago. And
she did that again. When was the first time?
Last fall.
Like 2024 or 2023?
That's a huge basement.
24.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then how many times do you think she's done that?
6 or 7.
No! How'd you know, Tanuit? No. How'd you know? How many times? 6, 7? 6 or 7? Oh my god. God fucking damn it. Bruh. I hate it so much. Yeah, right? It's so fucking bad. How this simple fucking range of numbers been ruined. Yeah, I was about to read Kairo's comment. If there was an apocalypse and I'm the only person left on Earth, I'm closing the door. Right? Yeah. Yeah, I understand. He raped her 6. Is that? Let me go back for context. Is that what he's saying? Was it raping for 6 or 7 times?
And then how many times do you think she's done that?
How many times do you think she's done that? Okay.
Then Jordan moved in, and there was no more playing downstairs because he slept during the day. So it wasn't on downstairs time again until like 4 weeks ago. And
she did that again.
Downstairs time.
What was the first time?
Last fall.
Like 2024 or 2023?
Oh, 2024.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then how many times do you think she's done that?
6 or 7.
Okay.
But I could have said no, and I didn't.
Who's all home?
Yeah, okay. That's a pretty big admittance right there. Hey, your lawyer's probably like, bro, what the fuck? Bro, what the fuck? In Roblox.
Oh, it's just us on Wednesdays.
Oh, where's Vanya?
She's with her girlfriends. She don't get home till 2 o'clock.
Okay.
That's why I try to take her someplace so these things don't, transpire.
What? You couldn't control... You're saying, I try to take her places because I couldn't control myself if we were left home alone. Bruh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like when the Bible says...
immediately goes to, it's like when the Bible says... Alright, I want to hear it. What does the Bible say?
Avoid evil.
Yeah. If you're not where evil is.
Cairo, does the Bible say avoid evil? That seems... that's so vague. It's a 2-word sentence. Maybe somewhere in the Bible those 2 words are linked up in that exact order. Somewhere, right? Avoid evil. I feel like it doesn't... I don't know. There's more to it than that, clearly.
Yeah.
You won't see it, or you won't find it.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah.
So you intentionally take her out of the house so this doesn't happen.
Avoid evil. God, probably. Right, yeah, exactly. That's, I guess, sure. It says things like that. All right, fair enough.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
And it makes it for a fun day, right?
Yeah.
You guys get to go to the pony farm.
Yeah, because, I feel bad that it's all happened. And
did it ever happen anywhere else other than...
Pussies avoid evil. Facing it shows you the value of the good. Deal with it. True. But, in this case... he should have faced his demons and fucking just stopped, or don't... Well, first of all, he shouldn't have done it to begin with. Right? But no, you don't get this... I tried to take her outside so that I didn't have to, do it to her. No, fuck off. I want that on a shirt with a wolf howling at the moon. That would be awesome.
No.
Fight the demons. Be a crusader.
No.
Why is that?
Because somebody's home.
Yeah. Has there ever been another time where something like this has happened?
No.
Michael claims that playtime with the victim began to take a turn in 2024, stating he rarely had an opportunity to be alone with her except for their time in the basement. In her forensic interview, however, the little girl would claim her great-grandfather's misconduct extended beyond the basement. The detective decides to question Michael further to better understand how exactly his babysitting of the 4-year-old girl could escalate to such a degree.
Do you enjoy doing this with her?
Lincoln Park, what?
I don't want to say
I'm going to say yes and no.
Okay. Tell me more about that.
Well, my wife and I used to be pretty active.
Whoa. Okay. Did he just ask him if he enjoyed it?
Do you enjoy doing this with her?
Do you enjoy doing this with her? Obviously loaded question. Given what he's already said, it's kind of whatever. But, whether you say yes or no to this question means you're doing this with her. Right? Yes or no means you are, in fact... agreeing with the setup that you are doing this with her. He's already kind of said as much, but the answer one would think would be the better answer would be no. He immediately goes, well, yes and no. And then he follows it up with, my wife and I used to be very active. Bruh. It's what they do in interrogation. This is after admittance. True. Well, I'm not saying, it makes sense for the interrogator to do it. This is one of the reasons why they don't have you, the lawyer would say answer no questions, because they can set up something like this where you answer a question that has the implication of something that you didn't really consider. His lawyer or his attorney is in the other room having an aneurysm. Right, for real. To gauge guilt or whatever. Yeah, that makes sense. Flee from sin as from a snake. For if you approach sin, it will bite you. Its teeth are lion's teeth and destroy the souls of men. Okay, yeah, I can see how you could kind of summarize that as avoid evil. Sure. Ironically, that's probably not in the Bible, in his Bible, because they took it out. Oh, it's not in. Well, it's that is in the King James version, I assume. It is uncomfortable, yeah. Yeah. Pretty fucked.
I don't want to say
yes, I'm going to say yes and no.
Okay. Tell me more about that.
Well, my wife and I used to be pretty active.
Yeah.
And so, you like it.
Yeah.
We like
That's
sex.
why the yes and the no. I told this to Bonnie, we got in a big tiff here many months ago. I had an affair on her like 25 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't like I love you affair. It was just she had an itch, I had one. So, yeah, Bonnie has been, I told her, I says, when you became a grandma, you stopped being a wife. You know. And I told her, I said, you need to read Corinthians chapter 7.
Oh, no. Not the one the Protestants use. It was in the original King James Version. I see. Gotcha. What kind of Bible are you reading? You'll be reading? I assume King James Version. You need to read Corinthians chapter. Is that the one that says the wife has a duty to, basically sex with the man? Is that what he's saying here?
Because you're not supposed to do that to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Apostle Paul is talking about when you're in a time of fasting and prayer, but you've got to come back to your spouse and take care of business.
Oh my God. Hon, you need to read the part in the Bible where God tells you to blow me. Kind of what he's doing, yeah. Admits those past shows he's got some remorse. I guess it can show that, but the normal Bible, yeah. King Jimmy Bible is the based Bible, true. This guy is a sick bastard, yes.
Right.
And
yeah,
that's might not be in the book for my wife.
Right.
But I stay with her.
He's gonna, in a way, this is offloading guilt. This is literally saying, I wouldn't have done this had I had an active sex life with my wife. In a way, this is like tacitly blaming the wife. That's fucked. Officer, really, the child raped me. Yeah, sure.
Do you get that, because right now there's a void with your marriage, right?
Yeah.
It's empty. There's a box there.
Yeah.
She's not fulfilling her duties, if you will. Does that box get a little filled by doing this?
Uh-oh. He already
Just
implied
kind
as
of
much.
The water into the box to fill it, just to feel something in there?
I don't know.
Are you attracted to her?
Why? He already implied as much. The fact that he even brought it up, the fact that he said, the fact that he even brought up that he used to have an active sex life already implies he considers this in a similar realm and a similar light as sex. So then when you ask him, does this fill that void at all? You're not, I don't know. I mean, maybe they want that extra confirmation, but he kind of already said as much. Honestly, I think he's treating this interrogation as a therapy session. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Maybe he's like, he knows he's fucked. It's either he's a retard. Either he's a retard. No, either he's retarded and he doesn't realize what he's doing, or he knows he's fucked. He knows he's going to jail. And he's just, he's treating it like an interrogation. He's treating the interrogation as like a therapy session. It's certainly possible. The child took advantage of my sexless marriage. Yeah. In a way, that's what he said. The Autoblow 9000 would have saved that child. I guess, according to his story.
What'd you say?
No, I just love her because she's just a sweetheart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she seems like a sweetheart.
Yeah.
Do you think something more would happen?
No. That would, for me, being 4 years old, that would be harmful.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What if she was 10, in 6 years? Or...
Oh, I didn't want to think of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think that your actions were wrong?
Oh, definitely.
What is he even okay? I feel like I missed what he's even right now. He's painting the story that he did a little bit. He did a little bit of something. I don't exactly know what the little bit he's admitting to right now entails. He mentioned something about being in the basement, and it would only ever be when it was just her and them in the basement alone. and it would like she would like pile her animals on him or something. I don't know if that meant she would get on top of him or something. I don't remember the exact. So I'm like, I don't know how much he's admitting to here, but clearly it's obvious he's not telling the whole truth. Did you do a crime? Well, basically, yeah. Placate to his ideas that she's this or that, getting rapport. Yeah. No, he's obviously trying to he's establishing rapport. He's already, get him talking. First step is get him talking. Like, really, any interrogation, you get them talking, just keep letting them talk. They're going to get themselves in a fucking, in a hole at some point. But, yeah, make them think you're just kind of like, I'm just shooting the shit with you, I want to get your frame of mind. Like, you want to get it in their head that you're not there to, attack them. You're just there to understand them. Yeah. And then get them talking. You love it? Yeah, exactly. When you do that, when you can successfully do that, it's great. It's hard to think of any other context where his sexless marriage is brought up and this child... Yeah, exactly. It's like, in this context, the fact that you brought up a sexless marriage is a huge tell. Huge. I'm not saying you like touching the little girl, but maybe a little bit. Why? Yeah, exactly.
Do you think that you should be in jail right now? Based on law, not ethics, moral, or anything like that.
Well, I don't like being here, but I know.
Based on that's an interesting question. Do you think you should be in jail, not based on ethics, not based on morality, just based on law? In essence, he's saying, do you think you broke the law? That's essentially the question. It's not because you can feel guilty and not have done a crime, right? He's kind of just straight up asking him, did you commit a crime? Interrogate Neko on being a femboy, either tacitly or he's thought about it. No, it won't work on me.
Why am here?
Do you think it's deserving? Not even necessarily.
Well, God says, "What you do in secret, I will shout from the mountaintop."
Yeah.
God's shouting. I know God loves me and forgives me, but I don't want to be sinning. Because Jesus says, if you love me, you keep my commandments.
Right.
And I'm blowing it here. I didn't want it to be happening. It's that warfare inside or like the bad angel, good angel.
He had the bad angel, good angel. Bro. Why didn't you listen to the good angel?
It's a battle.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be fighting. That's what I told Deacon from church. Says I just gone through a war.
Mm-hmm.
While Michael's account doesn't fully align with the victim's...
He is kind of using religion certainly as a coping mechanism, yeah. Cowardly.
Report. He doesn't appear to deny the allegations against him, instead framing them as a personal test and a consequence of the breakdown of his marriage to Bonnie. Following his revelation, Michael must deal with the consequences of his actions, as well as his choice to speak to detectives.
When I get home, I got neighbors...
Well, let me stop you right there. When I get home... Let's stop you right there.
I've seen 3 cop cars in front of my house, seeing me get cuffed.
Right.
They're going to ask questions. Jake's going to tell his mom. His mom is going to tell my best friend because they work together.
Yeah.
And
was he saying when he got home in the past? Okay, maybe I misinterpreted that.
I'm just going to be.
He might still be under the impression he's going home though. For a little bit at least.
Because as it is, just I know a lot of people are going to find out.
Although a lot, sometimes these people do get bail. Right? Sometimes they do. I don't know. Maybe he will get some time bail. I don't know.
And I guess the word shun. Yeah. Family members. I have a feeling that Bonnie won't be accepted at Jake's.
And Bonnie had no idea this was going on?
No. Mm-mm. She didn't have any idea until after I got hauled away, and then the police went back there and sat down and talked with her. So I haven't talked with her.
Mm-hmm. So you tried calling her?
No.
My grandson's going to hate me.
Jacob doesn't answer at all.
Well, I thought it was funny that he didn't answer me when I tried to text him today, because he always answers me even if he's at work. You get one person's life straightened out and then something else happens. It just seems like never ending. No matter.
Wait, okay, hold on. I was gonna say, what the hell does the grandson have to do with this? Was he also diddled or something? I don't know. Did the grandson also get touched or something?
How much you pray, it's like, just don't give up. I'm so sorry.
Diddled, yeah.
It would happen, I don't know.
It's not your fault. And they know that's not your fault.
No, but I should have been taking care of her.
Did I tell you too much? Did I tell you more?
No. Bro. Did I tell you too much? Did I tell you more than a lawyer?
Expect me to tell you?
I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah.
I just always, like I said, I don't have like.
But does this work against me?
All right. Okay, I think he is just a moron. I feel like I think the answer is he is just a moron. Does it work against me? Hell yeah. Are you saying hell yeah to Kyrie saying I'm high as balls again? Damn.
I'm a truth finder. I have zero skin in the game.
So where does this information go now?
I just read the report.
And then who reads it after that?
The district attorney and your lawyer. Anything else that you think I should know?
No.
You want to share?
I just hope all I just told you isn't going to put me in jail.
Oh my god. Maybe you should have fucking listened to your lawyer then.
For a long time.
80 IQ at work,
According to court records, 71-year-old Michael Brenton pled guilty to a first-degree offense involving a minor. In their statements, the victim's parents demanded the maximum allowed sentence for Michael, asserting their belief that a shorter sentence would harm their daughter's well-being. Michael was sentenced to 29 years in prison, followed by 10 years extended supervision. It was also ordered that he be placed on the lifetime registry.
Well, they said he was, what, 70-something? Hold on. They said he was like 79 and he got like 29 years. So it's like, do they show his age here? Let's just go, well, I'll just go back real quick.
I'm sure.
71-year-old Michael.
71 years old. They gave him 29 years, so that would conceivably be, 100, right? Am I doing the math there right? You add the 1, it's 30. Yeah. So they gave him enough to be like 100 years old. And if he makes it to 100, he can get out, but he'll have 10 years supervision. Yeah, he's gonna die in prison. Most likely.
Michael Brenton pled guilty to a first-degree offense involving a minor. In their statements, the victim's parents demanded the maximum allowed sentence for Michael, asserting their belief that a shorter sentence would harm their daughter's well-being. Michael was sentenced to 29 years in prison, followed by 10 years extended supervision. It was also ordered that he be placed on the lifetime registry. We had to cut many details from this video for YouTube. Watch our full videos as they were originally made, with no randomly muted words or details cut. We've also dropped brand new Ewu videos available only on Ewu Plus.
They have an
available
app
now on
They do have an
iOS,
app.
Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and Google TV. Download Ewu Plus and see what you've been missing.
Pretty cool. Ewu Plus. I'm not what he did. I'm not saying what he did was pretty cool. I'm saying Ewu Plus sounds pretty cool. Watch the real shit. What? He's gonna be dead in approximately a decade. Yeah, I would guess so. It's pretty fucked. Buried in a jumpsuit. What? He's gonna be dead. Oh, in like a prison jumpsuit. I gotcha. The crab. Yeah. Watch the real. You mean watch the stuff without the censored word and stuff? I don't have access to that. Also, YouTube might not like. There's a reason they're not showing because YouTube doesn't like it. So you think I could show it on YouTube? But yeah, that's fuck. He got good. It's good that he's getting in prison. It's fucked that it took this long. I like this video didn't have all the details, but they earlier implied that it was multiple family members. So we didn't really get much insight. We got him admitting to some small stuff. We didn't really get them like proving the worst stuff or anything like that. But yeah, it sounds deserved. Sounds like, yeah, he should go away till the rest of his life. And he is, so good. The Moidas? The Moidas. The real shit you mean? The Moidas? I see. A lot of these interrogations are cut and dry. I remember watching the old ones. The old ones are better, you think? The cops search home, somehow missed dead body and blood everywhere. Damn. Ball equals stretched. Maybe. But yeah. Yeah, that was some cop flop, alright. Ewu's good stuff. I like Ewu. But yeah, I do remember like the earlier stuff, I feel like they had crazier interrogations. Like the newer stuff, it's kind of, I mean, obviously I think they kind of used all the really crazy stuff they could get, and now it's like they're grabbing as it kind of appears. as it becomes available. And obviously, you can't always have crazy stuff happening. Sometimes you just have the mundane, but it's whatever. The mundane murder and rape and such. A lot of these interrogations aren't like, because like I remember there used to be interrogations where they would actually make them slip, or they would trick them, or they would get them to like confess something. You know, it would be like, it would seem like an actual effort. And a lot of the newer ones, it's like they're interrogating someone who's just dumb and just says it without really even considering what they're saying. Have you ever seen psychopaths in body language? Like in general? I mean, I've seen YouTube videos that try and like cover that topic, I guess. I love psychology and body language stuff, to be honest. Just, it is interesting, I agree. It's like Charlie Manson, I guess. Anyway, gay, moving on. He likes to dance. He do like to dance stuff. But yeah, that was the... It's late. It's 12:22 for me, so... Unfortunately, I went past what I, normally do. So that's gonna have to... It's gonna have to cut it, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. I don't know. That's gonna have to be it, I guess. Charlie Manson isn't shit compared to the things I mean. The things that you mean, I said. Dead Neko. What? I'm not dead. What do you mean? Dead Neko. Anyway. Thank you very much to everyone that stopped by today. Thank you very much to those that are still with me right now in the Twitch chat. So thank you to Diamond, Frag, IDM, Taint, Siffy, Front Towards Enemy, Kairu, Offspeed, Tanuet, and Bandaman. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Good night, Bandaman. Bye-bye, Stormy. He be dying? I'm not dying. Diane Downs is one of the pure psychotics. I don't remember that name. In the YouTube chat, we had Tailgater, Mississippi Gonzo, and Promised Milk. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye, Monica. What? See you, Front Towards. In the Kick chat, we had IFan Williams, Gator Fornicator, Kick Sensor, and one and only Stormy. Thank you, guys. Appreciate ya. If I forgot someone, I'm sorry. I don't mean to forget people, but it happens sometimes. So thank you to those I may have forgotten. Oh, Monica is like Ma-Ni-Ka. I get you. Okay. I get you. Bye-bye, Monica. Yeah. Anyway. I hope you guys all have a good night, or a good morning, or a good afternoon, regardless, whatever time it is for you. I hope you have a wonderful day, and I hope I'll be seeing you soon. Until next time, peace out. Peace, peace, peace. See you later. Good night, Bandaman. My Neko. My neck, but yeah, you guys have a good night. Peace out. Peace, peace, peace. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be Kairu stream. Kairu Lego Star Wars. So, should be fun. See you then. Have a good night. Get some rest. Peace.